we'll begin, as usual, with a brief bit of background before we dive into tonight's session. To mortals, Chicago is notorious for being the murder capital of the country. Were it not for the pandemic of 2020 resulting in government-mandated quarantines and social distancing procedures, the escalating aggression between the city's gangs may have resulted in a record number of homicide cases that year. Thanks to the pandemic, though, Chicago looked like it was turning over a new leaf, and the citizens actually started believing it too. But that hope was shattered by the explosive resurgence of violence this August of 2021, with the brutal double homicide of one Liz Boucher and Eve Kelly, both of whom were graduate students at the University of Chicago. It would seem that Chicago was relapsing into its old, violent habits. Enough about mortals, though. What do Kindred think? To Kindred, Chicago is the jewel of the Camarilla, the exemplar of the transformative and stabilizing power of true, perfected Camarilla rule within a domain. A potential masquerade violation like this murder, a violation of this caliber, is utterly unconscionable. It most certainly cannot be allowed to go unpunished. Whoever is responsible will likely face tremendous backlash. After all, Chicago sets the example for how all Camarilla domains in the US should handle their subjects, especially when it comes to a violation of the traditions. Will our kindred be able to make a difference? Who knows? Speaking of our kindred, what is this city to them? To our coterie, Chicago is the place they call home. Well, they're not quite a coterie yet. For now, they're just a handful of self-interested kindred who, all being young, have decided to help each other out for the greater evil of kindred society. However, even among the solitary and paranoid kindred, there is such a thing as a questari, a group of kindred who unite under a common banner for an express purpose. Perhaps this masquerade breach is their purpose. Let's find out as we continue our vampire story with Chapter 2, A Court of Sinners. And now, our intro vid. And there you have it. Did everyone get to watch it this time?
Yes, that was really cool.
Sweet. Glad you liked it. What about you, Kyler? Did you get to watch it?
I forgot to look at it. I'll see it next time. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry, I didn't have the stream on.
Oh, that's fine. You just said you missed it last week, so I was hoping you get to see it this week. But oh well, 3 weeks of mystery. What could go wrong? But with our intro video done, we now begin our story. We're gonna fast forward a bit. So, the rain outside refuses to relent to honor the tragedies you all have witnessed on this August night. The occasional solitary flash of lightning stabs violating fingers of light into the heart of the second floor of this office building where you have unearthed this new kindred and the bizarre monstrosity. Many thoughts storm in your mind, but eventually they all die down to a single revelation. The propinquity of this attack, combined with the scant evidence you pilfered from local authorities, indecorously intimates that more tragedies may be avoided if you attend to this unidentified kindred. Spend a few moments cleaning up the scene. Charlotte coaxes the new kindred and his recently ghouled, albeit grievously wounded, golden retriever out of the building and into the back of Ryder's car. Only Ryder and Mike remain inside the abandoned building. Mike, you said you had something to say?
Oh, yes, sorry. I didn't realize I was muted. So I'm gonna look over to Ryder and be like, so I know that we all have a lot to take care of right now, but I need to make a stop by my place to pick up a couple of things because I think it might be involved with or related to what's happening right now. And also, if for some reason I don't make it to Elysium or I'm running late, I need you, this is very important, find out if Eugene and Tucker were actually ever killed during that blood hunt. There's a lot of similarities between his style and what's going on here. I think the thing that transpired 2 years ago is coming back to haunt both of us.
Haunt us?
Well, if Tucker and Eugene aren't dead, they would know that we went to the prince.
And reported what we heard. We didn't exactly head it out against him.
Okay. Are you telling
It was,
me
it
that
was
if
his ghoul that unknowingly, or maybe even knowingly, hinted at his master's, well, doings in the past.
So you really think he wouldn't want revenge to try and take out the people who had a part in destroying his existence? You really think he wouldn't come after us?
What, and expose himself to the blood hunt?
Okay, he knows he's gonna die. Why not try and take us with him?
Well, I'll be honest with you, my sense of self-preservation isn't that strong ever since I embraced. So, if he takes me out with him, so be it.
Okay, still I think you're missing the point. Just if I don't show up, see if he was ever killed, I have to go pick up a couple of things, and it would be best if I go alone, because if him or Tucker are there, I can get out alone by myself.
So, you're actually going to approach them?
No, I need to go get something from my haven, because I think that they left the blood of the person that was taken at my haven.
What if your haven? Why? Okay, fine, I'll drop you off, but this is bizarre. Why would they? Fine.
It said you're next. I might be off base, but I think something's off here. Just drop me off. You guys go do what you gotta do. I'll do what I have to do, and then we can figure out what's happening.
Yeah, I'll just drop you off. You could have just, picked up your stuff when I dropped you off the first time. And then I
Well,
grumbled
remember
as
the
I.
first time I yeeted myself into your car window because I thought the Kindred was there? Well, now that I think I know what Kindred it might be, I'm more willing to go toe to toe with him.
If that's the case, I'm not gonna park close to your haven. I'll drop you like a block away.
Yeah, no, don't drop me close because I stare at Garrett. I don't need him to know where I stay. He's kind of weird.
Right, good point. Yeah.
But yeah, I appreciate this, and if something happens to me, probably Eugene. If you don't want to believe me, that's fine, but it'll probably get you killed.
Well, I've been killed once, so not really worried about that.
Fair, I guess. Yeah, you haven't adapted as well to this new way of living as I have, I guess.
All right, so the two of you exit the wrecked second floor back out into the rain and settle into Ryder's car. He drives you by, drops you off, down the street where you're going to have to walk a few blocks into the medical district, and then he turns his car around and you watch as the taillights disappear in the dark night sky, leaving Mike all alone. So, Mike, you are now in the Illinois Medical District, a 560-acre tract of land that houses medical research facilities, labs, biotech business incubators, 4 major hospitals, 2 medical universities, and more than 40 healthcare facilities. To say it's a busy, booming place would be an understatement, but yet, it's a sterile place. A place where people are brought and miracles are wrought. A place where life is birthed and where life renews. A place where death goes to be defeated and supplanted by hope. And yet, in the abandoned Wallace Funeral Home on the outskirts of the district, something dies every few nights. An abomination to life and nature, a medical anomaly. That thing, of course, is you, Mike. You enter the front door of the funeral home and head towards the basement. As you reach the heavy door you've reinstalled, after tearing it down in a fit 2 years ago, you hear your old tube TV turn on from within.
Yeah, that's normal to me. I'm just gonna walk down.
Alright, and as you open the door, you hear that it's actually the sound of a news report. The reporter on the TV says, "Police are still not releasing any details to the public, but I did witness 2 bodies being carried out in bags on the stretchers, so it would appear that we have a double homicide on our hands. This has been Amanda Wagner reporting from the field. Back to you in the studio." And then there's a horrific wail of static as the TV dies.
So dies, or my ghost friends turned it off.
The TV is no longer on.
I don't got time for this. I'm looking for something to try to collect some of the fresh painted blood that was on my wall.
Okay. You approach your wall. What do you have in your haven to help you with this? I would imagine you have, like, baggies of some sort.
Yeah, a bag of some kind. Like, he has, like, general everyday kitchenware stuff.
Yeah. Gets a Ziploc
Yeah.
bag and walks over to where the blood has been scratched into the wall.
Now, he might not be skilled at this, but does the blood smell similar to the crime scene? Or does the smell resonate with him? Like, has he smelled this kind of blood before, or is it not that distinct?
He's not used to... He doesn't have medical training, and he's not the kind of kindred who can tell that sort of thing normally. So I'm gonna say make an intelligence plus medicine check. The difficulty is 5. One success, and you can't willpower it. He doesn't think he's ever smelled this blood before. He can't really make out any details about the blood either. As far as whether it's similar to the crime scene or not, he's gonna have to have a professional answer that question.
Okay. Well, he hopes this might help in the investigation. So yeah, he's going to try and scrape off as much as he can into that bag.
Alright, spends a few minutes. What is he chiseling away at it with?
Pocket knife.
Okay, so he's scraping up his walls as he nicks the blood free, gets a few shavings to line the bottom of the bag.
Okay, now that that's collected, he's gonna go check on the duffel bag he hid. Is it still there?
It is indeed still there. It has not been messed with.
How about his safe? Has that been messed with?
It has not been messed with.
And the thing he cares about most, his old uniform, that's still there?
His old uniform is still in its hiding place. Give me a wits and awareness roll. Only a difficulty of 2. And you got 2 successes exactly. I can't talk tonight. Successes exactly. Alright, so as you examine your haven, the place that you come once a week to hide from the sinister dawn, you realize that, or not you realize, but if you didn't know better, you would say that no one else has been in here apart from you, and perhaps the disgruntled spiritual inhabitants that also reside here.
Well, that's good news. Oh, well, he hasn't been attacked yet, and his ghost friends don't seem to be messing with him, so yeah, he's just gonna lock back up and make his way to Elysium.
Is he going to call Ryder to pick him up, or how does he plan to get there? Because he doesn't know where it is.
Oh yeah, true, he didn't think this far ahead. He's gonna text Ryder, hey, can you come get me? Kinda don't know where I'm supposed to go.
You get a reply, are you F serious? I was right there.
It's been a while at this point, but yeah.
I respond back, yes.
I say, get a cab. I'll split the fee with you. Damn it. I'm not coming back.
I just say, all good, I'm loaded. And then I'm gonna go get a cab.
Alright, give me a wits and awareness roll as you leave
Problem
your
is,
haven.
you still don't have an address.
Mike isn't the smartest.
2. That is more than enough. As you are exiting your haven, the rain still pouring down on this humid August night, an ethereal blue light catches your attention.
I'ma look at it.
Alright. You look deeper into the medical district, and that's when you see that one of the iconic skyscrapers is glowing. And as you continue to look at it, the building itself begins to shimmer, as if the steel and glass are being transmuted into water. And from the depths of that mystic sea emerge 3 gargantuan faces, white as ghosts. These faces press against the glass like otherworldly entities trapped behind a thinning veil.
Can you repeat exactly where am I and I'm seeing this?
It's deeper in the medical district, so you're like across the street, and one of the iconic skyscrapers. It's like the entire building, just these 3 massive faces look like they're trying to burst their way through the glass, which now appears to be water.
Do the faces have any features?
Not really. They're as long and as wide as a skyscraper, eyes as deep as a black hole, mouths wide open, as if filled with eternal hunger. And they're just like gnawing It almost looks like they're trying to moan, but they have no voices as they're pressing and wriggling against this ethereal fabric.
He's gonna close his eyes for a couple seconds and see if they go away.
Closes his eyes for a few seconds, opens them again. Then he begins to hear shrieking, emanating like a siren that's twitching across that building all throughout the medical district. The faces now begin to boil as if the water is heating up.
Is there anyone else around?
And as you
any-
look through the medical district, no one else seems to be cognizant of this shrieking, these ghostly wails.
So, he's been under kindred effects before that caused him to be manipulated. Does he feel like he's under any illusion by a kindred or something?
As far as he can tell, some bad juju magumbo's going down at that building.
What's the address of the building?
You would
If
know
you
it
were to
by
pull it up.
heart. It's
Yeah.
it's one of the main iconic skyscrapers here. So he looks it up, and there's nothing interesting happening there. It should just be night staff working there.
I'm gonna text Charlotte. Because, Ryder would be useless. He's gonna be like, something weird happening. Very weird. Might be in your area of expertise. Send.
You'll get that text message after a while, Charlotte, as you are currently busy.
And hungry.
In the meantime, what are you doing, Mike?
Well, he has that set in case anything happens to him. Yeah, he's just gonna get a cab and realize he doesn't know where to go. He's gonna text Ryder. Got an address?
Ryder doesn't know either. But he could ask his boss, and his boss would be happy to tell him.
So Mike has no idea where they're going.
Oh, I think Kyler had to step away for a second. He texts you the address.
Okay, I'll get a cab to go there then figure it out from there. But yeah.
Alright, go ahead and give me a composure plus resolve check. Two successes. So, after calling an Uber and it coming, you were able to calm yourself enough to not make the guy think that you were on drugs or you're going to kill him. So, picks you up and begins driving you towards the Civic Opera House, one of the iconic places in Chicago. By the way, did you change at all after being in a scrape up with Garrett?
Wait, did Garrett actually do anything to me to where I'd need to change?
I mean, you were wrestling around and tossing back and forth on...
Oh yeah, true. I guess I would have roughed up my clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have known he has to go to Elysium. I didn't know if I actually really got messed up because I kind of won that scuffle.
Did, but it still does look like you were wrestling around, as your clothes are definitely not clean. So, you change, get the cab, head on over. Alright. So, it's taken everyone a couple of hours to prepare themselves properly for Elysium, as Mike has finished exploring the bizarre sight he witnessed. During those few hours, Charlotte tried contacting Regent DuSable, to no avail. Following that, she stopped by the Chantry to find it empty, save for Hermes. With no time to spare, basically just told Hermes to freshen up and prepare to join them for Elysium, as she had some big news to share on the ride over there. As for the others, Ryder took Garrett to acquire a change of clothes, as he would know that you cannot walk into Elysium looking like you just murdered someone and expect to live. So Ryder and Garrett both found their own ways to freshen up, and then Ryder, being the only one with the car, traveled around, picked everyone up except for Mike, who caught an Uber. So, in the car, got a little time to spare on your journey to Elysium. We have Ryder, Hermes, Charlotte, an unknown Kindred, and his brutally beaten up golden retriever who somehow seems to be flopping around just fine.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
So, you guys would know that there are several things you need to talk about with this Kindred if he hopes to get through the door. But what are you talking about on your short drive to Elysium?
So first off, Charlotte's up front with Ryder because she doesn't want to be in the back where the dog will slobber or shed on her. But she would be like making sure her makeup's fine and her hair like in the mirror on the little what are those visors while we're driving. And she'll look at everyone and be like, all right, how many of you been to Elysium before?
No one raises their hand.
What is Elysium?
Okay, so best bet for your survival is to just not talk unless spoken to. And if you are spoken to, be as polite as painfully possible.
Okay. Simple.
We're headed into a battlefield, whether you know it or not, and your death could be for real this time.
Battlefield. Gotcha.
Sounds like it's gonna be fun.
There are kindred here that are centuries older than we are, and you will have to pay them the respect they are due.
I'm sorry, centuries?
You were such a baby. You're not alive anymore, yeah? Some people have not been alive going back to like the dawn of time. This is kindred society, high society,
Actually,
Chicago,
hold
the
on.
jewel of the Camarilla.
The
Oh.
newcomer, before we let him hear any more, could someone check his temperature? I swear he was warm. I can't
Cults.
because I've got my
That's-
hands on the wheel.
That's weird.
Hermes, can you just do a quick, make sure he's got no pulse?
Give me your hand. Or wrist, whatever. I'm gonna check his pulse.
I do so.
He has no pulse.
Sorry, doctors. It's too late. He's dead. And I mean it.
Oh no.
Is he warm at all?
Nope, he is as cold as ice.
Cold too. So that was weird.
Must have been my imagination, I guess.
Are you good at making yourself seem alive?
It doesn't matter at Elysium. We're all going to be
Dead as a doornail.
in great company. And again, I cannot reiterate enough to not talk unless spoken to. And if you are spoken to, you have to be so polite and eat dirt if you have to, because these people could seriously make your unlife very short.
Yep, sounds like great company to me. I know, this is just snark before we go in. Let me get it out right now before I get it out there.
Yeah. And if you embarrass Dusable, he will be more than disappointed. So we have to be on our best behavior.
Right, so what I say could affect you all as well.
Exactly.
Oh, for sure. And you, my friend, are a big no-no. You're not allowed to exist.
So I'm not allowed to exist, but the rest of you can.
You're not allowed to make kindred. Your sire did not get permission.
Oh, so this was forced upon me. Oh, that's even better.
Oh,
Sire?
you're. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but it's the easiest way for you to understand. You're vampire daddy.
Oh, that's funny.
You know the movies, right?
I know the movie.
Some things are right, some things aren't. One thing's for sure, you have to die to become one of us. And you also have to have been turned or embraced by one of us. And your sire is something of a mystery at this point because it looks like you were left for dead by whatever that other creature was. Do you remember anything leading up to your death?
Like I told you, I have no memories.
Pardon? As in, no memories at all before you were embraced?
I mean, I recall go in there. If I'm correct, right, Ayler?
Yep, you
I
remember.
recall
You don't
going there.
remember why or for what purpose you were going there, but you remember going there, and then the last thing you remember after walking in is the sound of the ceiling and the walls crashing down, and you turning around trying to save Scoo, but he was actually running at you, and then lights out.
Yeah, I don't recall much.
Could
Other
have been Kindred playing
mean-
with your poor mortal brain.
I mean, it's not the first time. Seems like you cults have been doing it the entire time. My entire life, most likely.
Really?
I mean, we don't usually. Don't flatter yourself. Kindred don't typically stalk mortals unless we're hungry.
Well, the supernatural has touched on mortals quite a few times in history.
But
Even
not
in my
stalk
time.
them their entire life.
Fair enough, but I don't see why it can't happen. Haunting a person and things like that, but it's definitely rare.
Ryder,
Yeah.
as he says, you colts, your mind goes back 2 years ago to when you first met Garrett, and you tried to explain yourselves as colts to not scare him, and that only made him even more suspicious. It seems that your words from 2 years ago are still finding some purchase.
Hey, Garrett, drop that C word. Don't ever mention it around any of our kind. I was trying to use that word to mislead you and make you think of something else.
But it is what you are. And I kind of just like present my necklace.
No,
Yeah, not
What's-
exactly.
What's his necklace look like?
It's a rosary, and at the end of it is a Catholic cross.
I look at his cross and say, would that be a bad idea to have that around?
He doesn't really hurt us or anything, so.
Yeah. Would I know about true faith?
Probably not.
Probably not. Yeah.
But Hermes, you do recall whenever Charlotte kind of drove by the chantry, she did say she had some big news for you that you're still waiting to find out.
Charlotte, what were you wanting to tell me, or does it have to wait till we get to Elysium, as you call it?
Do you know where DeSable was? Why he wasn't at the chantry?
Would I? I don't think
Nope.
so. No.
Unfortunate. Well, we have some rogue kindred on our domain. Well, I say our domain, Cretaeus' domain, which obviously makes him very grumpy, that we will need to track down, maybe related to this guy. There is also a strange creature. And I didn't know if you've ever heard of it in your studies, and I described the testicle nose creature.
You've never heard of it, but it sounds terrifying. A multi-armed, massive, corpulent, purple-skinned creature with far too many appendages and body parts all over its body.
Look, Sounds like something straight out of a Lovecraft novel. Oh god, are those things real? I never even thought to look at that.
I mean, apparently vampires are real, so.
Yeah, and werewolves, and ghosts.
Oh, so they're all.
Garrett, do you have any living family connections, friends?
No,
Good.
my family died all
Perfect.
in a fire.
At this point,
I am going to
hold on.
insight that.
At this point, there's a ringing from your vest pocket, Garrett, as your phone is being called.
My phone?
Yes.
I look at it.
As you take your phone out of your vest pocket, the number belongs to someone you know. A caretaker and mentor of yours, Simon. And he's requesting a video chat with you.
Hermes, take his phone.
I'm gonna send something to you real quick before we continue with that.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to have a phone while in Elysium.
No, chuck it out the window. We cannot bring that to the Elysium. Everyone should not have any phones on them at all right now.
So,
Okay.
Well, I don't think you. I think we should just leave it in the car, not chunk it. It's still useful.
I open it.
I'm going to try and snatch it from him.
So, you accept the video call, and you see only Garrett sees Simon, and very cheerily he says, "Hey, brother Garrett, I just wanted..." And he looks at you very strangely, Garrett.
What is it?
Hey, is everything alright there, brother?
Hello?
I can't really understand you, brother.
I am staring daggers at Garrett right now, and shaking my head.
I'll just call you back, and then I hang it up.
Alright.
Hand me your phone. I'm not gonna throw it. Just give it to me.
Yeah, I hand it to her.
I turn
I'll
it off
give you the-
and I pull out the SIM card, and then I hand it back to him.
Garrett, I'm gonna
Is
give
it
you a
an
rundown.
iPhone? Because if it's an iPhone, you're gonna have a tough time getting that SIM card out.
Is it an iPhone?
I'm used to not having a phone.
Well, you're gonna have to get even more used to it.
Oh, lovely.
Garrett, I'm gonna give you a rundown of the basics you need to always remember. First things first, no fucking video calls. Also, there's such a thing called masquerade. Fancy word, yes, I know. Long story short, us, Kindred, not vampires, Kindred, take care not to use the V word. We do not want non-Kindred to know about us at all.
It is punishable by real, true death. You cannot break the masquerade. So you cannot tell anyone at all. You cannot let them know at all. So either you actually die tonight or you have to pretend that nothing ever happened. Depends on how you want to do it.
Yeah, I know this is a world we've all been all out, but it's the game we gotta play.
That's simple. I'll remember that.
And I don't know who that was, but you said you had no connections, so...
I don't.
So then who's calling you?
No, just an old work buddy.
When she meant connections, it doesn't have to be family. It could also be social connections. Anyone who still knows you and is still alive.
Because now you either have to be dead to them, like literally dead, or you have to continue to carry on the masquerade and not let them know you are what you are. Will be extremely hard because you're going to have a whole lot of things happening now that you're probably not used to, and it's going to take a little bit of control for you to learn how to deal with it.
Also, quick question. When was the last time you saw the sun?
Last time I saw the sun. This morning.
Forget it.
Oh,
No more sun.
Excuse me?
he
Yeah,
is
that's-
fresh. Okay.
Yeah. Like, that's vampire, air quote, 101. No sun.
Yeah,
No
it's
sun.
gonna fucking vaporize you.
Ah, the sun's a deadly laser. Gotcha.
And you will also just fall into real death, I guess. You won't be awake. You won't be able to stay awake when the sun's up, even if you tried.
We hibernate in daytime. And you
Wait.
will too, eventually.
So when were you embraced?
It had to have been super simple. And if he's saying that he doesn't remember anything before once he got to the thing, I'm thinking a kindred messed with him and embraced him there.
So, like, days ago or hours ago?
Not if he saw the sun this morning. It's literally hours ago.
Wow.
I mean,
wow.
apparently you said I was warm, so I guess minutes or hours, whatever.
Holy
where
shit.
you found me.
Man, this was an awful time for me too, so don't feel too bad. We all had to go through with it.
I'm getting used to it already.
As you say
Yeah.
that,
Wow, you're chip.
Hold
Can
on,
I
Peg.
roll an insight check to see if he's actually this chipper or if it's just like a coping
This
mechanism?
is fine. Me.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Oh.
I can hear you. Sorry, I might have talked over you. Sorry.
So, Garrett, as you say you're fine, you're reminded of that deep existential hunger within you. You've been homeless for a while, so you've had to live on almost nothing. But this eclipses even your worst days on the streets. This hunger, it chokes you in your throat, it makes your tongue shrivel, and it makes your brain scream in agony. But it's not in your stomach. It doesn't feel like food. It's going to make you better. It's just your being itself screams out in thirst for something, but you're not exactly sure what. And although you were distracted before, as you have these occasional flashes, these occasional prompts that remind you of what you felt inside that abandoned office building, this hunger rises to the forefront of your mind and threatens to consume you. You find yourself getting fidgety and you don't know why. You look at Scooby like he a snack, but you have to pull yourself away and realize that that's your best friend. And yet, there's a part of you that you don't even recognize now. A part of you that, if pressed, wouldn't hesitate for a minute to eat your best friend down there.
I don't know how to describe it. Just, I'm really, really hungry. And I kind of just stare at Scooby Bob trying to, like, sit back on my chair.
He looks at you, a little bit confused, kind of scared.
Hold on to your pants. When we get to Elysium, we should be able to eat a little.
Okay. I'm guessing because vampire.
Kindred.
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 Yeah. You're fresh, so yeah, I'm not gonna beat you on about it.
Elysium
too much.
will, so yes.
Yeah, fair enough.
Kindred. Okay. I'm guessing blood is the solution.
You would guess right.
Okay. Duly noted.
And you'll have your own palate, so to speak.
Also, may I make a suggestion? And I know this is gonna suck. Maybe you should put your dog up for adoption.
Are you crazy? Do you see this dog? This is not a normal dog anymore.
I
I
think you better look at it.
I punched the
I've been-
window when he says that.
Oh, jeez! I'm sorry. I know.
Motherfucker, you will pay for that, you little shit.
Oh,
Ooh, jeez.
I am so sorry. I kind of look at the window and look back.
Ryder, go ahead and make me a Frenzy Fury test at -2. Difficulty is only 1, but you have a -2 penalty because of your Bane. That's with a -2 penalty?
That's
Yep.
good.
Alright, well, you find yourself, for a moment, almost consumed with intense, blinding rage, but you manage to calm yourself and stay focused on the road and not just pull this thing over and rip this guy's throat out.
Look, sorry I
I-
brought it up.
Super
I-
uncool,
I-
Garrett.
Don't know what just happened there.
Yeah, we're not ourselves anymore.
Also, stop talking. The window is open.
Good idea.
At this point, you're starting to pull in close to the hubbub of town. You've left, I think it's 290. The traffic's finally picking up and you're entering city proper again. So, time for idle, sensitive chat. Let's quickly come to a close. As you look at this dog, Hermes, it has a massive claw wound down its side that looks exceptionally fresh. But as you look at it intently, you can see at the edges of the wound tiny bits of fur, skin, and muscle knitting themselves together. The dog, its eyes, change from its normal dog-like shape. They're beginning to cloud over and darken, and its muzzle, its mouth, its teeth beginning to very faintly elongate. This is definitely not your average dog, and your average dog should not be sitting upright and functioning so well with that kind of wound.
Fascinating. Wow, I didn't even know that was possible.
What was?
Your dog
Kind of look at.
is he a ghoul?
He's gold.
Wow.
What does that mean?
When you fed the dog your blood, you happened to give him enough of your what we call vita.
Hello, open window.
You're right. You'll have to find out later.
Yeah.
Ryder pulls into a parking garage. He punches in a few hours' time.
Actually, I would say he's gonna grumble like really loudly and say, "I'm gonna drop you guys off. I need to go get my window fixed. It's gonna bother me the whole night if I don't."
So just to OC, he didn't break the window, he just hit it.
Oh. Okay.
Okay,
Then
so it
he doesn't
didn't
do that.
shatter.
It didn't go. Okay.
No.
So
He
no
hit
open
it
window.
he hit it pretty hard, which is what pissed you off, but it didn't break.
Okay.
Okay, so no open window then.
Alright. So you pull into the parking garage, and as you're parking the car, you hear a news report come over your various police scanners and other instruments that you have in your car, Ryder. And it says, "This just in. A pair of thieves were found near Dearborn Park about an hour ago. Police say that these thieves were neatly tied up to a streetlight as if waiting to be arrested. Police also say that the thieves were wearing a sign when they picked them up. The sign allegedly read, 'The angels of the night have delivered these sinners to their earthly judges. Can you say the same?' Police are uncertain what the message means, but it seems like there are even more vigilantes out on Chicago streets at night than we all initially thought." And then the report goes dead.
Yeah, another thing that's real apparently, Batman.
Ryder, you realize that that location is exactly around the area where you lost the thieves, where you called in a tip. But apparently, it wasn't the police who got there first, but other vigilantes.
That note was definitely not my style, but I don't say that out loud.
So you park the car, you all get out. What are you all wearing now that you've dressed up for Elysium?
Like elegant suit again. That's about it.
White button-up shirt with nice dress jeans. And my scarf.
I'm in my full like office getup, the one that's all black, the rolled up sleeves.
I'm in a black slinky mini dress with her black Louis Vuitton pumps because this is Elysium after all, and that's her one big splurge she had last year.
All right. So as you step out of the cars, you walk out of the parking garage into the heart of the city. You're greeted by a riot of sensations. Some of you are incredibly hungry, and the absolute deluge of blood contained within these tiny, potable vessels that walk past you is a temptation that's almost impossible to resist. So many scents and flavors just waiting to be sampled. You are practically at your own buffet. A smorgasbord of various experiences and delights await you. The rain slightly ceased, but the sidewalks and streets are still wet, cars still driving slowly. The whirring, the honking, screeching of tires and brakes. The city is very much alive this late at night, and there is a throng of people gathering at the Civic Opera Theater. So you join the line, eventually make your way in, and you enter the Rice Grand Foyer. The architecture here is stunning. Its gilt cornices beneath the sparkling Austrian chandeliers glitter, and the elaborately stenciled ceilings are supported by fluted Roman travertine columns and pilasters. These 40-foot-high columns are topped with exquisite carvings covered in golden leaf. And as you enter the place proper, you hear your footsteps echoing on the beautiful floor. You look down and see a wainscoting of pink and gray Tennessee marble. Every detail about this place, each chosen with excruciating deliberation, personifies that high-life mythos that so many songs and so many books are written about. As you look behind you, you see Mike joining you as well. As the cab drops him off, he presses into the crowd. Mike, what are you wearing?
Yeah, he's going with the whole cliche, but just a black on black suit.
All right. So you join your comrades, and you see near the entrance there's a velvet rope affixed to stanchions cordoning off most of this area. It's being monitored by a few muscled bouncers donning designer shades, and they're directing human traffic towards a podium in the center of the foyer. Do you follow the crowd?
Yeah, we'll follow the crowd.
Yep.
I'm
All
just
right.
following them.
I'm following Charlotte. I have no idea what to do here.
Oh, and
Yeah.
Charlotte, you in the car, you got a text message from Mike that said something. Said something weird's happening. Might be in your expertise or something like that.
Okay. I would have texted back, "Okay, see you soon," and then we'll talk about it once it's safe here in Elysium.
Sure. So you approach after about 30 minutes or so of people going through. You approach the podium, and you see behind it is a muscled man bent over, his luscious long locks of dark brown hair obscuring his face as he scribbles in a large black notebook. As you approach, he lifts his head, and he straightens out his gray tuxedo vest. "Hello, how may I be of service to you tonight?" he inquires politely, a hint of a Czech accent in his voice.
We would like to make known presence of a new kindred.
Well, keep in mind there's people around you, so.
Oh, I didn't know it was people. We have someone new to Chicago we would like to introduce to high society.
His piercing chestnut eyes size each of you up in turn as he gauges your response. His eyes lock on Ryder, and then Mike in the back. He says, "Ah, you two." He waves you forward. "I remember you. You may proceed upstairs. Take this." He hands you a small velvet card embossed with golden filigree, and motions behind him, where one of the bouncers lifts the rope for you.
Is that for everyone or just those two?
Just those two for now. Mike and Ryder, go ahead and give me double intelligence roll.
Like twice the dice.
Yeah, just roll intelligence twice. Zeros.
I got 4.
Did you? I don't think you rolled that correctly. Do you only have 1 dot in intelligence, Ryder? Ryder.
I have 2 dots.
Oh, so you should have rolled a pool of 4. So go ahead and roll 2 more d10s.
I rolled it twice, so.
Oh, you did? So you got 4 successes? All right.
I got.
He got 0. I got 4.
I got 0.
Right, but it only rolled 2 dice. You said you should have had 4 in that pool, right?
I rolled the 2 dice twice.
Oh, I see. There's 2 entries here. I'm sorry. I thought that was you and then Mike. So Mike, you got 4?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Ryder, I mean, this fits with you. You didn't really pay attention to the people that were involved, but Mike, you had a special interest in this fellow. You remember him from 2 years ago. This is the guy that stepped out of the bushes and also rescued that bear cub.
Oh, it's Bear.
Yes.
As he says that name, I turn and look at him. Oh. Oh, hello. Glad to see you're doing well.
Same to you, I guess. He also hands you a card. You notice that beside him is that bear cub, except it's not shaven anymore. It's just a bear cub. It's a lot bigger now and fully furred, just sitting politely by his feet. And yet, none of the people in here seem to recognize it or know it's there.
Oh, hey, it's him too. Or, sorry, is it a she or he?
It's a he, yeah. It's my
His name?
guard bear for the night, making sure you weirdos don't do anything we can't handle. He looks over and sees the dog with Garrett. He's like, I'm afraid you're gonna have to take your dog somewhere else, sir. If you want,
Okay.
I can have one of the guards take him for a walk around the city, but no pets allowed in here.
And who would this guard be?
He looks at you, kind of confused.
I'm fine with the
What's the size of the bear? Is it a bear's cub still, or is it an adult now, like adult size?
No, it's like in between adult and cub. It's kind of a couple years out of that cub phase.
Bear, or maybe if you don't mind, and if he doesn't mind, I gesture at the bear. I don't suppose his dog could stay here a little bit with you.
Bear looks at the grievously wounded dog, and he's like, "No, that's not going to be easy to hide. So, I'm afraid not."
I look at Garrett and I'm like, it'll be okay. He's a good guy. Nothing bad will happen.
The crowd behind you's like, "Come on, hurry it up, people! Either kick him out or let him in."
Oh, and I take my card, and yeah, I'll see you guys upstairs. Thank you
Okay.
for letting me in. Good seeing you again, Bear. And I go up.
Okay.
I look at him and I say, okay, I'm fine with that.
Good. We all have our parts to play, after all. He snaps his fingers, and another guard comes walking out from the wing of the building and looks at the dog, takes his leash, looks back at this tall figure behind the podium, and he says, "Take him for a walk. Come back in a couple hours." "Yes, boss." And the guard disappears out a side exit. He studies Charlotte, Hermes, and Garrett, and looks at you all and says, "All right, think you're good. Haven't seen you here before, but don't cause any trouble and don't make any messes. And he hands you guys cards as well.
I graciously accept, flash him a smile, and then go where he indicated earlier with Mike and Ryder.
All right.
Hermes does a courteous nod as he gets the card.
All right. So you all pass through the velvet rope, begin walking up the stairs. You hear one of the young couples that was behind you say, "Oh, we'd like to go upstairs too." You hear Ivan Bear Marikova's tone drop into annoyed boredom as he replies, No. I don't think you meet the establishment's requirements. Please head to the right into the theater. There will be a fantastic performance for you tonight." And you begin ascending the staircase. As you ascend the oh, go ahead.
While we're going up the stairs, would we be out of earshot of
Yes.
the mortals? I look at Charlotte and I say, I thought you've been here before.
I've never had reason to come. Doesn't mean I don't know about it.
Okay, fair enough, but I'll still let you take the lead, I suppose.
And we could trust those people will take care of my dog?
Yes, Elysium's safe for all kindred.
Gotcha.
In fact, Charlotte, one thing that you would know, if you feel like sharing it, is that in Elysium, you are guaranteed safe passage coming and going, and you are also supposed to receive protection from all manner of kindred powers, as this is supposed to be a neutral zone.
Supposed to be. I will share. We will be safe coming and going, and should be safe while we're here. Again, do not be disrespectful. Do not talk unless spoken to. And be polite, please.
Mike looks up with a smirk on his face. Well, I already know people here.
Be smart.
Okay, fine. Just thought I'd have a little fun.
At your own risk of true death.
Yes, I know. I've already been here.
Would it be taboo to hide my face?
I mean, it would be considered a little rude. This is, again, the beating heart of the Camarilla.
Well, I don't think I have a choice, I guess. And then I just take off my black flu mask.
Good call. You walked into the building, everyone looked at you very weirdly. But you all ascend the staircase, and the golden railing is designed to look like a variety of musical notes and chords weaving together into a tangible object that lifts you up the marble stairs. The sconces on the wall are adorned with 3 crystal badminton-looking glass sculptures stacked on top of each other. It's as if every single step depicts a journey filled with music and adventure. After an enchanting ascension, you reach the landing, where 2 bulky security guards stand, dressed similarly to the ones below. One of them holds out her hand as if expecting something, but does not say a word.
I give her the card.
She takes the card
I
from
do
you.
the same.
Takes the card from you.
I give her the card.
I give the card.
Okay. Safe to say everyone's giving the cards?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, she takes them from all of you. She inspects the cards very closely. She nods after a few moments pass to the other guard, who's stationed there with her, and he motions for you all to proceed. Before you stand 2 massive golden doors that feature brilliant engravings of the masks of drama and tragedy.
I'll push open the doors.
Alright, you push open the doors, revealing an absolutely dazzling second floor filled with people. This entire floor seems to be decorated in a hybrid fashion of Art Nouveau and Art Deco styles, and elegantly dressed individuals populate the floor and the balcony area above you for as far as you can see. This definitely appears to be the life of some sort of party here. That's where we're going to take a break for tonight. Where we're going to go ahead and take a break as we dive in to Elysium proper. back in about 10 minutes, everybody.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm here.
I'm here.
Sorry, I'm here. It was just double muted. No, I had not paid it. Like, if you put my mic up, it automatically mutes, but there's also a button to mute. So I had pulled my mic down, but didn't pay attention that the other mute was on.
I'm back.
Alright, so you guys have walked into this beautifully high-class, furnished and decorated second floor of the Civic Opera Theater. And you see tons of people around, both on the ground floor and in the upper balcony area. The night is yours.
Do I see anyone I recognize here?
Give me wits and awareness. Two successes. So you scan the room, and it's difficult to tell. It seems like there are mortals in here, and you assume they are kindred. After all, this is Elysium. You hear some sort of commotion across the room. It seems like there's some sort of performance going on a stage back there. But no one immediately stands out to you. Although, entertainment on a stage could be something that your brethren would do.
I'll just look around and say, just keep close and don't do anything dumb. There's obviously mixed company.
I nod.
Yeah, I think we should follow your lead, Charlotte. You seem to be a lot more knowledgeable about these things.
She smiles, and she's gonna wander over towards the performance.
Okay. You do see that there is a bar area to the left where there's a throng of people gathered. There's also people scattered about on just the ground itself, meeting in various pockets to the side. Then there's, of course, the stairways up to the balcony area. As you are walking towards the stage, you see some sort of what looks to be like an elderly white woman standing next to a black woman, and the white woman looks very offended. She's like, "Oh, can't believe such a nice place would have people like you." The African American woman disappears behind a veiled wall. There's just a wall with a black velvet veil. And then a few security guards come up and accost this woman. She seems surprised and astonished as they're whispering into her ear. She doesn't know what to do, and she's taken back behind that veiled curtain.
Fair enough. Although her blood probably tastes horrible.
Mixed company, Hermes.
Sorry.
You wander like lost sheep for a little bit before a blonde, skinny man wearing a loud pink shirt, finely pressed khakis, and a red bow tie approaches you all with arms wide open. "Why, hello there," he says flamboyantly. "I don't believe I've ever had the pleasure of making your acquaintances before. Who might you all be?"
Well, I am Charlotte, and I like kind of gesture over to my company to introduce themselves.
Hermes Kokinos. You can call me Hermes.
Garrett, and I give him a bow.
As you bow, he is like, "Oh, a gentleman. Very nice to see. And the rest of you?"
I'm Mike.
As in-
Nice to meet you.
Hesitantly, I say Ryder, and then I bow the same.
He taps his chin for a few seconds. Ryder, Ryder, Ryder. Ah, if you're looking for Bronwyn, she's up in the balcony area.
Thank you for the information, and I nod in gratitude.
No problem. Well, welcome. This is Elysium. You are, of course, safe here. Even if you were to do something horribly stupid, you would only die once you reached the safety of your own havens or wherever you plan to sleep. But not here, not on the way home. So, you at least have some insurance, but I would recommend not testing fate, as it were. But welcome to the Civic Opera Theater in the wondrous city of Chicago. As for me, I am just a little nobody. But you can call me Stryker. My name's Brett Stryker, the Princess Harpy, and I'm pleased to welcome you to our exquisite Elysium for tonight.
When he says, I'm just a little nobody, can I incite that?
Well, he followed that up with the Princess
He's
Harpy.
Yeah,
the
so-
yeah.
Harper.
Oh, okay, so he's just being a little
A
sarcastic.
humble brag.
Humble brag, yeah. Thank you for the kind welcome, sir.
Well, of course, it's my job to welcome all of our kind into the wondrous party and lavish life that is Elysium. So,
As the Harper, I would want to introduce, in particular, Garrett, who's new to high society.
oh, he bows to you, Garrett, rather showily. He's like, "And from which domain do you hail, Sir Garrett?"
I give a bow and I say I'm newly Kindred.
"Oh, a baby! How adorable!" Taps his chin a little bit more. "Ah, well, no matter. It's Elysium after all. So, since you're so new, what have they told you about Elysium? Maybe I can help fill in the gaps."
I was just told to stay in the best behavior and show everyone courtesy, which I already do.
"Oh. They make it sound so serious. Feel free, branch out, meet people, talk to them, even eat some people, but don't make a mess. Behind that black veiled curtain," and he motions back towards the curtain you saw, "that's what we're somewhat crassly calling the feeding lounge for tonight. You will find that there are meals here as well for your entertainment. I'm sure you can find something that suits your particular proclivities. There's also the bar. You can get a fresh glass of blood if you would like. This whole area here is for everyone to conquer. Of course, if you try to go through those other double doors to the back right, you'll of course be stopped, as the prince's court is currently in session."
Thank you so much for the warm welcome. This is, for the most of us, our first time at Elysium.
Well, let me tell you, it is the place to be every time it is hosted. You want to rub elbows with a few fancy and highfalutin kindred, or even snack on some Wall Street people whose wallets are too fat for their britches? Well, you've come to the right place. Your dreams are made realities here. And of course, if you are rude and don't know how to be a good house guest, your dreams are crushed here. Well, but no need to be so dire. It's gonna be fun, right?
You're wonderful, Sir Striker. Thank you for the hospitality.
But of course.
Speaking of which, I am famished, so I might nip into the feeding lounge really quickly. Garrett, you also said you were hungry.
Yes.
Garrett, may I make a suggestion? Where did he say that the bar was to get a fresh glass of blood?
It's to the left. You can see it from where you are right now.
I kind of look over.
And since you're newly kindred, maybe that would be a little bit better on your nerves. I think I'll partake in that myself.
I was going to show you the ropes if you were interested, but by all means, you can join Hermes at the bar if you would like.
It's whatever you like. We all have our preferences.
We have, Striker continues, we have the VIP seating area in the lounge on the balcony level. If any of you would like to meet any people influential in the mortal world, or even those who still dabble in the kindred world, they would be up there. This ground floor is just a general meet and mingle. And of course in the back, we have our dear A performing magic for everyone to enjoy.
I appreciate such a warm welcome and introduction to Elysium, and we really do appreciate you showing us around.
No problem. I'll be here all night, my darlings. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to come and ask me.
I nod and give a slight curtsy, and then I look to everyone else and say, I will be back. Garrett, feel free to come if you want. And she's gonna start heading over because she is starving.
I'll start my first night at the bar.
Here's Mr. Striker, by the way.
Such high cheekbones.
Oh.
Alright, so
I'll go to
Velvet's
the bar as well.
heading...
Thank you, Sir Striker, and I'll bow deep.
I'm sorry, I only caught like half of that name.
I said, thank you, Sir Striker, and I will bow deeply.
Gotcha. So Charlotte's heading behind the black velvet curtain to the feeding lounge. Where's everybody else going?
Striker's portrait kind of reminds me of David Bowie for some reason.
Yeah, it's someone that I recognize, but David Bowie is probably closest.
Anyway, who's going where?
I'm in the bar.
Right. Yep, same here. The bar.
Okay.
I'm also gonna go to the bar.
Alright, so we have... So pretty much everyone except for Charlotte's going to the bar?
I believe so.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
Alright, so you head over to the left side as Charlotte departs to the bar. It's this sleek black countertop bar, and you see behind it there are all sorts of glasses hanging on the shelves. It looks like there's all sorts of expensive champagne and fine wine here as well. But the bartender, dressed in white suit, is cleaning a glass as you approach, and they greet you like, "Hello, can I get you some fine champagne, some fresh wine, or would you like the more special drink on tap for tonight?"
I believe we're all here to slake our thirst.
Gotcha.
Indeed.
So, fine glass of especially red wine coming up. And he begins mixing the drinks for you all. As you all are leaning against the bar, a young woman with her elbows on the bar. She's looking out towards the floor. She kind of leans back and she's like, "Ah, some new people. What's up?"
Nothing much. How are you this night?
Oh, anytime there's a party, I'm fabulous.
Could I tell if this woman is a kindred?
Well, she's just standing there. Go ahead and make intelligence plus, or go ahead and make wits and insight. Is that difficulty 3? She's not doing anything, so it's not that easy to tell.
Oh,
3.
Not bad.
As you study her closely, you realize that although her chest does rise and fall, and she has the general mannerisms of what a mortal would be doing, they're not quite right, those mannerisms.
Okay. Oh, speaking of which, I should probably make myself a little bit more human.
You don't have to, it's Elysium.
Fair enough.
But she says that she's doing fabulous here. And the bartender gives you all your glasses of blood wine. And she's like, it's okay, I guess. You all the sort of squeamish type?
Not to rub it in. I mean, oh, she said that. I thought you were talking to us as the GM. Sorry.
No, she said that.
A bit, I must admit.
I'm not, but this will do for now. Night's still young.
Oh, but half of the fun in coming here is finding all sorts of delicious snacks. Can't get them anywhere else.
I don't know. I mean,
My
my friend here, I kind of put a hand onto her. He's like, my friend here wants to have a wonderful night. I'm sure you could show him around.
Oh, I certainly could. Is he the only one interested in a wonderful time?
My friend here does not necessarily speak for me, but he's not wrong.
I mean, I could have a wonderful time, my lady.
Well, then why don't you join us? I'm always looking for some fun.
Well, if you three pardon me, and I grab my glass and I follow her.
You see that she has a nose, ear, and Medusa piercings. She has short black hair. And her face just always looks like it's, shall we say, plotting something. But she's wearing a top-end dress. You imagine it's probably some designer you've never heard of, probably cost someone their yearly salary to get. And she's in fancy high heels. And she's wearing golden bracelets around her wrists and fine diamond-studded earrings. And she's like, well, before we have fun, shouldn't you introduce yourselves? It's not good to go on dates with strangers, after all.
I give a bow. Garrett.
Hermes? I bow, but you can call me Hermes if you wish.
I think I'll stay at the bar, but I'm Ryder.
Ryder. I guess you won't be taking any rides tonight with an attitude like that.
Maybe not, but I'm not exactly the adventurous type, so I'll
Yeah.
have to.
That seems pretty obvious. We can leave you old fuddy-duddies here. What about you, big guy? She looks over at you, Mike.
I nod. Well, I'm always down for a good time. I'll just let everybody else speak first, and I'm Mike, by the way. Pleasure to meet you.
Mike, Garrett, Hermes. Interesting names. My name's Taya. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Anything in particular bring you all here tonight? Someone always wants something when they come here.
Quite frankly, knowledge and curiosity. I've never been here before, and I just wanted to know what it's all about. And quite frankly, I am very impressed. Very impressed.
Oh, of course. Elysium pulls out all the stops.
I'm just enjoying the night and seeing where it takes me.
Here is Taya.
I came here today to do my duty as a common man.
So it'd be boring. Alright, good to know.
I came here to learn more about this place because I've only been here one other time and it seemed like a nice place. So I figured I'd come back and see if I can just see what this place is about.
Well, once you get a taste, it's like a drug. You just can't quit. You gotta keep coming and get more. This place is only get better after all.
I chug down my drink.
Wait, does he chug his like a shot?
You chug the whole glass?
Yeah, that's what Garrett starts doing.
So Garrett just
I've been
Bottoms up.
sipping.
I shuffle
hold on.
away further from him in case he pukes.
Okay. So Garrett just tips up his glass like he's
I back
downing a
up.
bottle of champagne or a glass of champagne. It's very thick liquid, Garrett.
Mhm.
It's not like wine, it's not like champagne. It is very thick, like molasses that you're downing. You practically choke on it a few times.
I would stop when I realize what it is.
And,
Like,
go ahead.
the actual, like, because I was thinking, Garrett was thinking it's still like a drink. He wasn't thinking it was like that thick.
Oh no, he realizes this is very much fresh blood. And as you drink it, it does slightly take the edge off of that roaring hunger inside of you. But something inside you says this isn't as good as it could be. So as you down your glass, you may remove one hunger.
Is this better than a blood pack though?
It's about the same.
Yeah. Alright.
Well, seeing that Garrett can chug it like it's no tomorrow, Mike's gonna keep up.
Oh boy. Alright, so Mike starts chugging it. It's very difficult, but he managed to get it down.
I've been just sipping.
I kind of look at Mike and I say, "You're not going to be the military man." And I order another one.
Oh, that's a challenge. I'll order another one too.
Would you like one?
As you guys are going,
Guys, y'all know this won't actually get y'all, legit drunk, right? It's like high schoolers at a bad party. There's I can kind of understand it though.
as you
Yeah,
make
he
your
seems-
way back towards the bar, Taya says, "You know, that stuff's not that great. If you want more exciting ways to prove your manliness and prowess, you should go hunting on the floor and see who can get the best catch."
I
Something on
stop.
the floor.
I'm intrigued.
Yes, of course. I mean, we're in mixed company. They're not going to remember anything come morning, so as long as you don't kill them, feel free to take a sip of as many vessels as you would like. These are the sheep in our slaughterhouse, after all.
Are
Okay,
they?
as she says that, as long as you don't kill them, any bad tenseness that Hermes had kind of slips away.
Pardon my ignorance, but are the sheep in the loop? The know?
If you mean do they know what we are, of course not. You can tell them, but they're not going to remember come morning. I would
see.
advise you not to, though. But they are all, shall we say, primed to offer themselves to you.
See, that sounds very convenient.
Indeed.
Well, we couldn't have a high class ball without having snacks now, could we? And as you were talking, another beautiful woman walks up. She's slender, average height, but she has a youthful appearance like she's in her 20s. Her long dark hair flows freely as she walks, and her general facial features speak to that of a classical Greek feature. She is dressed in a very hip, sort of black sequin dress that's very tight. She has form-fitting pumps on, and she carries a little black handbag with her. And as she walks up to the bar, she's like, "Ooh, it sounds like things are getting fun over here."
And who are you?
"Oh, I'm just a nobody. I'm pretty new here myself." She looks at you all. "Never seen you here the past few weeks. Are you new like me?"
Could I tell that this is a kindred? I'm gonna be asking this a lot, I think.
It's probably safe to assume that most people here are kindred.
Okay, fair enough. Not as new, but somewhat new.
Oh, well, very nice. Well,
And I look to Garrett because Hermes just doesn't want to say for him.
Garrett. I give a bow.
Hermes. You can call me Hermes if you'd like.
And I'm Mike. Pleasure to meet you.
oh, of course. Handsome fellow like you. Probably get all the ladies or men that you want.
He just kind of chuckles at that.
And Mr. Dour and Sour over here?
Sorry, I'm not having fun tonight, so I think I'll let you guys have all of it. I'm just waiting.
Are you sure?
Well,
Yes, I'm certain.
every group's gotta have a party pooper. My name's Portia. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure.
I give
And-
a bow again.
She walks up to you and wraps an arm in yours, Garrett, and she's like, "Why don't we go exploring this beautiful place? See what all sorts of fun people we can run into."
Why not? I'll see you all later.
Garrett's got a date.
Portia wags her fingers at you all very slyly. It's like, "All right, let's go have us some fun on the town."
Although, I walk forward a little bit and put my hand on Garrett's shoulder on the other side and say, and I'll say quietly, shouldn't we stick together since this is our first time here?
Portia turns around. She's like, "Oh, I'll take good care of him. Don't worry."
I
got
want to insight that.
Come on, guys. He's in good hands.
Go for it.
Y'all are being bad wingmen.
Alright, fair enough. It's not my job to be his wingman.
So, Garrett, how do you respond?
I just kind of look at him and say, I just shrug, and I just follow her.
She looks back at you
fair
all.
enough.
She looks
Have
back,
fun.
She looks back at you all and she's like, "So jumpy. Don't you know everyone's safe here? Jeez." And they go trotting off into the horde of people. Charlotte,
As she moves away, Hermes says under his breath in Greek, "That's what makes it the most dangerous."
Charlotte, you step past the velvet curtain, and inside it's all very dimly lit. There's almost a blacklight feel to this area. You see that there are separate booths, each with their own drawback curtains to them, and there are several open booths. You see that there's a waiter pacing back and forth, waiting outside for a few seconds of each booth, and then it seems if he doesn't hear anything, he moves on to the next one. As he makes his way back to the front, he sees you. He's like, "Ah, hello. How may I serve you today?"
Oh, thank you. I am new here, so if you had anything particularly gorgeous, male or female, doesn't matter.
Very well. Do you care about fame, fortune, as well as that beauty?
Just interesting. So surprise me.
Interesting, alright. And do you have any particular tastes that you would like? Charlotte, give me an intelligence plus blood sorcery roll.
Blood source, is that in skills or where would that be?
That would be discipline, so just go down to your discipline.
Oh, blood sorcery.
Yes.
No, that's
Nope,
not right.
you don't have to make a hunger check, just roll intelligence plus blood sorcery.
Okay, so I have to. It won't. I have to put intelligence real quick. Hold on. Fail.
Oof. That can't be right. You should have 6 dice.
I don't know why I did that then. I have it at. Oh, hold on. You said intelligence plus.
Blood sorcery.
It doesn't give me that. Just discipline, intelligence plus discipline.
Yes.
Haha, better.
Alright, 3 successes. So you know that what he's asking you is code for particular types of resonances. These are like emotional residues that linger in the blood that offer a specific kind of high, if you will, to kindred. It's also, as you know, the essence that fuels your growing strength and the manipulation of the blood that animates you.
Do I know particularly? I mean, myself as a player do not know the different types of resonances, so I wouldn't know what to say.
Yes. Well, it depends on what you're in the mood for. Are you feeling like you're wanting more blood sorcery? Are you feeling like you're wanting more aspects? Or something else?
Probably blood sorcery.
So,
I would go with.
she is in the mood for something of a more sanguine temperament.
Anything sanguine would be wonderful.
Very well. I shall go and find a very optimistic, beautiful specimen for you. So,
Thank you, and I'll settle myself into one of the booths.
yes. You settle into one of the booths, and as you sit down and prepare to draw back the curtain, you see that old white woman that you saw dragged in here stumble out from the booth across from you. She looks to be in a daze. She's clutching her neck, and then, almost like she's on autopilot, she just walks out of the room and exits through the silk curtain. As the curtain behind her in the opposite booth retracts, you see that same African American woman dressed very fancily, her hair done all fancy, and she seems to look at you but not really notice you, gives an almost instinctual head nod in acknowledgement, and then just looks down the aisle.
I smirk at the old lady, thinking she got her medicine, basically.
And a few moments pass until this beautiful, young, 20-something looking female in a gorgeous, almost gold, dazzling dress with fine high heels, an expensive looking watch on, and a gold glittering Chanel purse stumbles in, accompanied by the host. And the host says, "Here you are. This is one of our business associates who will assist you in your modeling career." She's like, "Oh, thank you." She sits down. She's like, "So, I'll tell you what. I want 50,000 for my first gig, and I want to be guaranteed feature in Playboy magazine, okay? With the sky being the limit after that. Can you do that for me?"
I turn on awe.
She immediately shuts up and just stares at you and mutters, "Wow, you're so pretty. Have you ever thought of being a model?"
And I start playing with her hair and just like, you are just divine.
"Oh, I know. That's why you should help me with my modeling career."
Oh, I can just imagine all over the city. Billboards, you name it, commercials, everything.
"Yeah, I like the sound of that." She makes a circling motion with her finger. "I'll be hosting parties like this every night."
I kind of snuggle in closer and kind of nuzzle at her neck. And you smell amazing. What is that?
"Oh, well, I spent all my money on this dress. This is just from Sephora."
Well, you couldn't tell. And I kind of start laying little kisses around her neck and around her ear while I'm talking to her.
She seems really into it. In fact, she almost falls into this trance-like state, and she's like, "Wow, if I could have a relationship like this and you can help my modeling career, that would just be the best thing I could ever hope for.
You are a sweet thing. And then I'm going to nuzzle at her neck, and then my fangs come out and I start feeding.
Alright. Fangs pierce her neck. She goes to scream for a second before she lets out a very erotic moan of pleasure as the ecstasy of the kiss floods her system and blocks the pain. She collapses closer into you as you begin draining that precious resource from her veins, the very essence of her life. And as this drink splashes down your throats, you feel her energy, you feel her optimism, you feel like whatever concerns you may have had coming in here, you're gonna be the top Kindred here, just like she's gonna be the top model in Chicago. The sky's the limit for you, and that is a euphoric rush. How much are you taking from her?
I think I can take 2 safely, right?
Correct.
So I'll do that, and then I may see if the waiter would be willing to bring me one more friend before I go rejoin the others.
Alright. So, you finish your drink, retract your fangs from her, lick her neck, she shudders in excitement, a sensation of your tongue against her neck. She's like, wow, can we do this again sometime?
Of course, darling. How about you go join out in the dance floor and enjoy yourself? I'll find you later.
Okay, yeah, I feel great. She jumps up, she's like, I'm gonna be on billboards! She sprints out of the room and trips, and you hear this server like scream as his platter and some glasses shatter on the ground.
I just giggle to myself and lick my lips.
A few moments pass, and the waiter comes back in. By the way, go ahead and, on your resonance on your sheet, hit sanguine.
Okay.
He's like, anything else for your pleasure?
If I could just have one more, I think I would be more than filled.
Very well. The same as before.
Yes, and surprise me.
Oh, okay. About 10 minutes or so pass before he comes back, and he presents to you a very athletic-looking man in a sleek black suit with a tiny black tie that comes down to about his chest. He's got very hairy hands and a nicely shaven face. He kind of looks like, what's his name? Like a baseball player version of Chris Pratt.
Okay.
He sits down, and the waitress says, "This is a star third baseman for the Chicago White Sox Minor League Association."
Oh, wow, thank you.
He looks at you, he's wearing an expensive Rolex watch, and he's like, So, I get lots of hot babes. What's in it for me? What do you offer me tonight?
I just smile, turn on awe, and start saying, well, you're here for my pleasure.
There's a brief resistance for a second before his stern expression goes slack, and he stares into your eyes and slowly nods, almost as if mimicking your gestures, and he's like, yes, I am.
And now that I'm not as hungry, I toy with him a little bit longer while I'm feeding. Like, bite on one side of the neck, bite on the other side of the neck, and before she sends him on his way, she'll lick his wounds and clean him up, but
Sure.
she toys a little bit.
Yeah, as you're biting at both sides of his neck, he's like, this is nice. Are we going to third base? As you begin messing with him. He's like, I play third base. I'm pretty good at defending that zone.
If you're good, maybe you'll get a call from me later.
Oh, alright. He begins trying to fumble for his pocket, in his back pocket. Do you stop him?
I put a hand on him and then just like kiss him really hard on the mouth and then go back to feeding.
Yep. And with that, he's completely taken in the enrapturing feeling of being feasted upon. You take 2 from him as well?
Yes. And then after I send him on his way, I will make sure I'm not too disheveled. I will rejoin the others.
Alright. He slowly stands up, also in a daze, his hand still reaching for his back pocket, and after the sort of fog of the kiss wears off, he pulls out his card, mindlessly sets it on the table, and kind of stumbles, and the waiter helps him leave the feeding lounge.
I pick it up and put it in my my little purse.
Okay. And as you exit, you see that woman that was across from you is no longer in her booth. And you go out and rejoin the others, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Ryder, anything happening with you?
On the other end of the spectrum, Ryder would have been just there, and he would have told the bartender to just keep it flowing until he slakes his thirst. And yeah, he's just gonna enjoy his solidarity, like the peaceful meditation, that tiny bubble on his stool while being left alone. And then, yeah, he's just gonna, I guess, drink and meditate at the same time, just like keeping his mind clear.
Okay. So, you take a couple of glasses, and for you, the feeding process is a little bit harder. The blood is cold. The blood doesn't possess any of those vibrant emotions that you would get from the source sipping from the vein. So it's only enjoyable in the sense that it keeps your limbs moving. But you down a couple drinks, and you can only slake one hunger per glass of blood wine. Or bag, but you're drinking from a glass right now.
Yep, so I assume I'll keep getting like refills.
Sure. How much are you taking it down?
I will be taking, because we all can't go lower than 100, right?
Correct. Unless you kill someone.
So I will be taking 3 glasses.
All right. Wow, you're at hunger 4?
Yep.
All right, so Ryder spends most of the night slowly sipping through his bottles of blood wine.
And then, yeah, while he's doing that at his seat, he would also be using his lungs to breathe in and out, even though he knows it doesn't do anything anymore, but he just likes the sensation of air flowing, like it reminds him of the time when he was alive.
Sure. So Ryder's camped out by the bar for most of the night. Hermes, I believe you also stayed behind?
Yeah,
What are you up to?
doing mostly the same thing, just not as slow probably. I just want to get a little bit less hungry.
Okay. How much are you taking your hunger down?
To 1, I'm only at 3, so it only
Okay.
takes 2.
So you take 2 glasses, you sip on them. Do you have any other things that you would like to do tonight? Places you'd like to go?
We don't get drunk, but I can eat food.
That is true.
So would I know, because I might have like tested this on my own, just out of curiosity, would mixing blood with alcohol like taste any good?
Not really, and it doesn't quite work that way. The blood has its own features that are very difficult to alter, especially whenever they're from a quote-unquote sanitary source like this. So you can mix alcohol and champagne into the blood, but it really doesn't do anything for you. It doesn't taste any different.
Yeah, I'm in it for the taste, not the drunkenness. But okay. Actually, that's something to look into. Yeah, that's something to look into.
For the record, are you actually mixing champagne or...
No. I like I said, I probably would have on my own time tested that because I can eat food. You know, I have the feat or the merit, so I might have tested that.
Yep.
With the blood bag, and it didn't taste all that great, so not even gonna bother.
Alright. So you remember Stryker saying that there was someone performing magic at the end of the room on a stage?
Huh. Ryder, would you be interested in looking at that magic show that's apparently going to be going on?
No, not particularly. Why?
I don't know. I was, interested in doing magic before all this, but
Well, you don't need my permission. You can just go ahead.
Yeah, but I was asking if you'd like to join me. I mean,
Oh.
I get it. Like, kind of verge on.
Honestly, I was hoping I could stay in the car, but considering the reputation and their rules and their social norms, I figured I had to come along to not get you guys into trouble. So that's why I tagged along. I really don't want to get any more involved than I have to.
Can't blame you for that. But at least I asked. When is the magic show going to be?
Oh, it's already happening.
Oh, well, if you're going to be all right here, I think I'll take my leave to go see it. If that's all right.
I'll be right here when you come back.
All right.
All right.
And if it's fun, I'm going to gush about it a little bit, so be prepared for that. And I'll be going to see the magic show.
All right. So you leave Ryder with that warning/declaration. You make your way through the throngs of people, and it's just a simple half-circle wooden stage. You see an Irish-looking gentleman on the stage. He has ruddy hair. He has magnificent lamb chops. He's wearing a tweed suit jacket that even has those real old-timey elbow patches. And he's wearing khakis. And he's standing on the stage. He has the traditional magician's hat on the ground before him. And he says, "All right, now, for this next trick, I am going to need a volunteer from the crowd. Someone to come on up. Now, fair warning, we're going to need a little bit of blood for this one, but it'll only be just a little bit. It'll be just a pinprick."
Suddenly, Hermes looks a little bit disappointed because he was really wanting this to be a mage and not a kindred.
You actually recognize this fellow.
Oh.
Not so much by appearance, but by association. The Irish demeanor, the magic performance, this reminds you of the associates that you know you have, but have never actually gone to see. Those at the hat trick. And so, as the performer looks, a young man raises his hand from the crowd, who's maybe in his low 20s, and the performer says, "Aye, alright, come on up." The stage assistants let the fellow up. He's like, "Alright now, young man, I'm going to take this little knife. I'm going to just poke you in the wrist. You're going to bleed a little bit, but it's all going to be controlled, and just watch. I will make your blood dance like a river before this crowd tonight. Now, does that sound fun?" The kid's like, "Oh, yeah. So he rolls up his sleeve. The Irish gentleman holds up the knife. Then he lets it go, and it dangles in the air. Just rotates back and forth in a circle. The crowd, he's like, "All right, and now, using the power of my mind, I am going to drop this knife into your wrist." And the kid seems captivated. He's watching, and he watches the knife. Starts to slowly twirl at first. You think maybe it's on a magnet or something, but then it just plunges straight into the kid's arm. He starts to scream for a second before the man holds up his hand, and the kid's expression slackens. That delicious scent of blood bubbles out from his wrist as it begins dripping on the floor. The Irishman snaps his fingers, and the knife disappears. The wound on the fellow's neck, or on the fellow's wrist, seals up. And the performer begins waggling his fingers over the kid's wrist. Like, "All right, and now everybody, I am going to begin consulting this blood. And what we are going to see is the name of somebody in this crowd. Somebody I don't know, but someone the blood wishes to speak to. He begins chanting, and you watch as the blood runs off the kid's wrist, splashes onto the ground. The blood begins to twist and coil like a serpent, and then, as if the stage is an etch-a-sketch, begins scribbling out some name that you can't see because you're on the ground. The Irishman steps up to it. He's like, "Alrighty, so let's see. The name we have here tonight is, now forgive me if I butcher this, Hermes? Is there a Hermes in the crowd tonight?"
Which is Greek for damn it.
Scans the crowd.
Might as well. And I didn't say that out loud, but
Okay.
he just does a little smile and alright. That'd be me, sir. It's Hermes.
Oh, Hermes. Sorry about that. Well, the blood wishes to speak to you. Say, would you happen to be a fellow of the blood?
I would be, actually, sir.
Ah. Well, perhaps we can have alternating performances between you and my fellows some night.
Oh, sir, I'm just in training. I wouldn't be as good as this.
Oh, don't worry. Everybody starts somewhere. Got to get you over that stage right after all.
Did he say to come up to the stage or no?
No, he says we have to get
Okay.
you over that stage fright.
Okay. Well, thanks for the confidence, sir.
Oh, but wait, there's more! And the blood actually starts, like, raining upwards from the pool that it's made, and begins hovering over the crowd. It begins coiling like a Tesla coil above you. He's like, "Oh, wait, I think this might be the rare sign that we're about to see some inspiration strike." And he flexes his fingers, and you hear a sounds like lightning struck, and the blood vibrates accordingly before jumping back onto the stage and splashing, but yet making no mess anywhere. And the Irishman says, "Hi there, Hermes. I believe you have just had some inspiration tonight. I hope you use it wisely. It's not every day that we're visited by the muses."
Haha, the muses. Thank you very much, sir.
No problem. And the crowd just like, "Wow, so cool, so cool." They just begin clapping. He motions.
Hermes claps as well.
He motions towards some of the guests, and the stagehands walk down and begin whispering to their ears. And they're like, "Wow, cool, backstage tour!" And they disappear behind the curtain. And the performer bows, like, "All right, everyone. I am going to take a brief recess. I'll be back here in about an hour." And he heads behind the curtain.
Well, that was interesting to say the least.
Now, Mike and Garrett. Mike, you are with Taya, is that correct?
Yes.
And Garrett is with Portia.
Yes.
Alright, so, Mike, as you guys are pressing through the throngs of people, you're dancing, and she's pressing both you against the crowd and herself, as if she's wanting to feel the give and tug of everybody as you pass, and she's like, "Now, you look like you've seen some things. Are you into more, unconventional means of entertainment?"
Depends on your definition of unconventional.
Well, anything that's fun, of course.
Well, and yes, you could say my means are very unconventional, at least to me.
I see. Would you mind telling me about it?
How about you first?
What would you like to know?
What do you like to do for fun?
Oh, I like to be very, very naughty.
Interesting. Well, okay, you told me first, now I give you a little bit. I like to fight a lot. Not everybody's thing, but something I like to do.
And by fight, do you mean with words?
No, I just kind of flex a little bit and just tense my muscles. No, not that way.
She gives you a coy smile as you flex, and she's like, "Oh yes, we need to find out how those work."
Okay.
That's all you do for fun? I see. Well, I'm definitely in for anything interesting, but don't ruin my beautiful face.
Oh, I would never think about it.
Good. What do you say we get a little wild?
I'm game, why not?
Alright. Well, let's play a game here. How do you like your food to be served?
I don't like it to be served to me in a sense. I like to go and take it myself.
Oh, very well. Such a classic manly trope. How about this? How about you go out there and make some fine woman fall in love with you before tonight's over?
Challenge accepted.
Very well. As for me, I like there to be a little game involved. So what challenge do you issue me?
He thinks for a minute.
And remember, the naughtier the better.
The naughtier the better. Well, I guess it depends. What's your definition of naughty to make sure I understand what you're about?
Oh, surprise me.
Okay. Why don't you go out? Try to get 4 people, make them all fall in love with you, then have all of them fight over you.
Ooh, I like it. Can it be a full-on fist fight?
Oh, of course, that's the best kind.
Oh, delightful. Alright. Let's say meet back here in an hour, and we'll see who's the better of us.
Okay.
Alright. Good luck. I hope you don't disappoint me. She gives you a sly wave with her fingertips and disappears into the throng of people. A very coy smile on her face.
Okay.
So, we'll do a series test for you, as well as some roleplay to see if you were able to meet your end of the challenge. But for now, Garrett, you're walking along with this very beautiful, young 20s Portia, dressed very sleekly. As you're pressing through the throngs of people, she's like, "So, you are new here like me, huh?"
Very much so, yes.
I see. Have you gone to any other Elysiums?
Oh, there's more out there?
Oh yes, the location changes all the time.
Oh, well then I did not know that.
Ah, so this is your first time ever?
Correct.
Well, let's make it a night to remember, shall we?
Let's.
Let's
What do you do
see.
for fun?
Oh, normally I don't talk to people. They bore me so much, but you interest me.
How so?
You just have an air about you. Mystery, let's say.
Oh, that's fun.
I think so too. Everyone else is like an open book, so boring, so caught in their routines, but you're fresh, you're lively, haven't yet been molded. So that also means you're dynamic. Have
You
you
could say that.
found the way you like to eat yet?
No.
I see. Well, are you hungry? And I mean
Very
more
much
than
so.
normal, of course. We're always hungry.
Very much so.
Very well. Well, what do you say we do some experimenting? It's a perfect place.
Oh. By all means.
Alright. Let's start with the most basic of palate cleansers. Saw you had some wine over there. Why don't you find someone, threaten them into submission, and see if that tastes good?
Threaten them into submission. Okay.
And just pick a type of person that you find attractive for now. And we'll play with it as we go. Do you have a general body type or face type in mind?
Not really.
Oh, so you're just attracted to everything then?
You could say that.
Well, at
Or
least
maybe I'm not. Who
that's
knows?
true. How about this? When you were alive, did you ever have any intimate relationships?
Not really. It was
Hmm.
more so a whatever I feel at that moment.
I see. In that case, imagine a time in which you felt very strongly in a particular escapade of yours. And try to find someone here like that, and we'll see if there's any connection.
I'll most certainly try.
Good luck. I'll be watching from a distance, and I'll make sure no one, the security people bother you.
I just begin examining around.
So, what does that look like, Garrett?
To Garrett, the description is the one that, you know. So I'm not gonna really say it.
Sure. So you're looking for something like that?
Yep.
Alright. Give me a charisma plus investigation roll.
Charisma plus investigation.
Two successes is all you need.
Modifier 0.
3. Alright. So, you scan the crowd, you just kind of go around talking to random people for about 10 or 15 minutes before you find someone who is in the same ballpark. No one's exactly like that, but someone who is close enough to where, if you still had feelings inside, they might be awakened by this sight.
I tap into my power and do awe.
Okay. So, you're not quite cognizant of that yet, but you walk up to this person. And let me ask you this. Do you want to succeed either for your own sake or for Portia's sake?
For both our sakes.
Okay. So you are invested in this game that you're playing.
Yes.
In that case, you walk up to her, remembering the stakes that Portia has claimed for you. And how would Garrett normally approach these kinds of situations? That's the first thing you say.
How would I normally approach this?
Yes, like whenever you were alive, how would you approach someone like this that you were interested in possibly dating for a night?
I'd buy them a drink first, and then approach saying hello, and I hand it to them.
All right. So you spend a little while studying this person. You see that she likes red wine. So you go to the bar and order that. You walk up to her, give it to her and say hello. And she's like, "Oh, why hello. Don't you just look ravishing."
Not as ravishing as you.
Oh, stop it. Flattery will get you everywhere. You come here often?
All the time. But you're a star in this field.
That's right. I could be more prominent, but I like to keep it low-key, you know?
I see. And I kind of look at her and nod towards the back. Like the back of the door, I guess. It's like the curtains.
Oh, to the feeding lounge?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you like to go to the VIP section?
At first, she plays with some of her bracelets and looks down, still a bright smile on her face. She's like, well, it's a little bit soon, don't you think?
Oh no, there's more entertainment back there. That's a special part that no one else has access to but me and a few other people.
Feels like you're kind of trying too hard now. And at that point, you feel something snap inside you, and you watch as you're not doing anything different, at least not that you think. But all of a sudden, her face, where she was kind of being resistant, suddenly just melts into the image of pure adoration. And she's like, wow, only you have access to that place? Oh, please, show me, tell me more.
And I just guide her there.
You guide her there. You go back behind the veil. And you're enjoying the moment. But a thought comes across your mind. The wager was for you to intimidate into submission. She seems to have come very willingly and more out of a seductive persuasion. But you enter the booth, the curtains close behind you, and she's like, doesn't seem that special.
Well, it's about to be. And at this point, he just bites into her, because he doesn't know what he's doing at this point.
Okay. So, rather softly, he just kind of lunges across the table and bites into her neck. She's like, ow, ow. And then sinks into the kiss. How much are you taking from this person?
2.
Alright. You're at hunger 5, right?
I'm at hunger 4.
You're at hunger 4. Alright, because you had that. Go ahead and give me a hunger frenzy roll, since you've never done this before.
Yep.
Difficulty 1. Alright. So, this feeling, you've always championed a certain thing on the streets, because you've seen its deleterious effects. But this feeling that you have right now, it's like every desire you've ever had is in this moment fulfilled. This power wells within you, and you feel almost completed. It's like you're merging with this other person, and yet simultaneously taking everything from them. There's an intense power here, and that power is almost addictive. And you almost find yourself plummeting into this ocean of power that now you are wading in before you come back to your right senses, tear yourself back before you harm this person. And she's just kind of groggily laying her head back on the booth seat.
Okay, continue.
The hunger diminishes, but yet you are still hungry. Even though it's not clawing at the back out of your mind at this point, it's still there nagging you. You've never felt a hunger that could not be satisfying. It's almost like now that you've eaten, you want even more. And it's even worse than before.
I just kind of go to the corner, and I'm just slowly starting to freak out. Now that's just kind of just me. I'm not in front of like people, because there's a curtain in this little.
Yep. And the curtain parts as you're huddled in the corner. You see Portia there. She's like, now, darling, that looked rather sexy, I might say. What happened to the intimidation part? And then seeing you're just kind of in the corner, not responding, you hear her soothing, almost cooing voice as she climbs in the booth, begins brushing your hair. She wraps her arms around you, pressing her chest into your back. She whispers into your ear and says, "Oh, it's okay, you poor thing. This is quite the shock, isn't it? But, luckily for you, you've got me here to help you. I'll be with you. You just take your time, no rush. She just kind of begins, or she keeps petting you.
I just immediately stand up and say, well, it was nice to talk to you, and I just jog out.
Okay, quickly jump up and dart out of there. She's like, wait, where? And you're out the curtain.
And the moment I'm out, I go back to normal. And I go back to the bar.
Alright. Mike,
Yes.
how do you plan on going about making someone fall in love with you?
Well, first he needs to make sure. So he's just gonna scan the dance floor. Anyone really pique his interest? Stands out.
What sorts of things is Mike interested in?
So he would try to look for someone who doesn't really blend in with the crowd. Someone who just like has a unique presence about them. Doesn't really have a real preference for looks. Just someone unique.
Alright, give me a charisma plus insight roll.
Three.
Oh, sorry. Didn't see that. 3 successes. Way more than enough. You only need 2. Begin scanning the crowd. And although everyone here does seem to be very class A and prim and proper, you do see a couple people that are being accosted by security and pushed towards the door. They're dressed more like your average person you see on the street. They've got, beanies and really baggy clothes. It looks like some white dude who maybe hasn't shaved in a few days. You can also see there's a faint bulge in the back of his pants, like he's packing something. Definitely not your high-class society guest.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, he's gonna go up and approach them.
Okay, you hear the guy who's like, "Hey, let me go, you goons! I'm gonna shoot this whole place up if you don't let go of me right this instant." And the security guard's just like, "Sir, we have you handcuffed, your hands are in front of you. We also have your gun. You will do no such thing." "You can't take that from me, I own that." And the security guard just stops and says, "Do you know that it is incredibly illegal to own a firearm in Chicago? Not only that, but if you are found carrying one, even if you have a license, that is a jailable offense. Would you like to take a trip downtown?" And the guy is like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, no, hold on just a minute." And that's when you walk up.
Might be a little too crazy for Mike. He just stops to think, do I really want to get involved with this?
The security guards see you approach, and they're like, "Oh, sir, can we help you? Do you have business with this man? He's all yours if you want him."
Oh, well that would be lovely.
Alright, well he's pretty feisty, so keep him under close watch, and they shove him in your direction.
Okay. I just put my arm around him. So, what brings you here?
Oh, trying to score some fat loot off of these filthy pigs up here.
Score some fat loot. Interesting.
Yeah, all these thugs up here hiding behind their fat wallets. Really, they should be serving us all of that wealth on the silver platter. We're the ones making it.
Yeah, they really should be distributing it back to everybody, because you seem like someone who definitely deserves it.
That's right. Wouldn't be up here popping people if... Well, and then he clams up and gets real serious again.
Oh, what's with the serious look on your face? Thought you were gonna say something.
What do you want, wacko?
I just did you a solid by getting you out of trouble with the guards.
Oh, so this is one of those squid pro quo kind of things?
He just stops and stares at him for squid pro quo. He's like, he's trying so hard not to say that's not how you say it. He's like, actually, you know what? I have a proposition for you.
Let's hear it.
I'm playing a game with someone, and I wonder if I could buy your cooperation.
What kind of game and what kind of cooperation?
So it's very simple. And actually, you don't really have a choice here, because I send you back to the guards, you go to jail, yada yada yada. Or, I give you $500, you pretend to be in love with me, and we go from there. Only momentarily, of course.
He stares you straight in the face. Like, you serious right now? Is this some sort of sick joke?
I pull out $500. Does it look like I'm joking?
What do you mean by pretend to be in love with you?
Well, for all this intensive purposes, you're gonna be my new boyfriend for about 5 minutes, then I can get rid of you, and we never have to talk to each other again.
No funny business. Gotta keep it in my pants.
Yeah, trust me, you're not my type. I just need to win this game. This seemed like the strategic advantage.
Make a manipulation plus either intimidation or subterfuge roll.
Okay, let's see if this works.
1 success. Let me roll for him. No successes for him. So he looks at you and he's like, give me the $500 up front.
Understandable. I hand it to him, but if you fail or upset this in any way possible, you'll not have a good time. So best to play along.
Right. Well, got me in cuffs, so I guess we're gonna play some of that PMS stuff that they like nowadays, all the kids.
Oh, I look at the cuffs. I'm gonna break those really quick.
Oh. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me strength and athletics. You might need a blood search for this. Go ahead
I'll
and blood
blood
search.
search. Yeah.
Let's make a rouse check. Ooh, get a little bit hungrier.
I'm at 3 now.
Alright.
So that would have made it 5 successes, right? Because it's +2.
Well, it's 2 extra dice.
Alright.
So roll 2d10. 1 more success, 4 successes, alright. So, you reach around him, hits a little uncomfortable, he's like, oh, no frisky stuff, and then snap crunch. You just rip the chain in half. The handcuffs go loose around his wrists. He shrugs them off. He's like, hey, thanks, pal.
You're most certainly welcome.
Alright, so I guess we're not role-playing PSM stuff today, so what's
No.
our plan?
Plan. Well, I could give you one. Or, what would make you feel the most comfortable? Because you're the one who has to really pull this off here.
He looks up at you and he's like, I want you to be my bitch.
He's just laughing. He's like, no, if anyone's the bitch here, it's definitely you.
Hey, you said it's my way, because I gotta sell this. You want this deal or not?
He really wants to win. Fine.
I'm gonna say for agreeing to this, you take a point of superficial will damage.
Yeah. Oh no, this hurts his pride, but he's trying to win the game.
Alright, so you suffer the injury to your pride, but you acquiesce to it. He's like,
I'm gonna kill him later.
alright, so here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna walk behind me and lick the ground where my feet touch. And then I'm gonna ride you like a donkey and we're gonna show this person that you're my bitch.
I won't lick the ground, I'll give you a piggyback ride.
Fair enough.
Gotta
I can
compromise here.
I'll take that.
You better compromise.
Hey, do you want this to be authentic, believable experience or lame man's performance? You want me to have a banger or need some pills is what I'm saying.
Alright, fine.
Good. Alright, so why don't we just go prowling through here and you take me to this person you're playing this game against.
Alright, yeah, I'm like, get on my back.
Alright, so he hops on your back, and you just begin like a bucking bull go plowing through the crowds. Everyone's looking at you. Go ahead and give me a manipulation plus performance roll. I'll give you +1 dice to this.
Alright. Why did I agree to this?
1 success.
Alright.
Alright. So you're prancing through the crowd. And what is the rest of your plan for how you're going to convince Taya that you have utterly conquered this man?
I had to.
Go ahead and give me a wits and awareness roll, by the way, to see if you can see her.
I think Mike just realized that he went about this the wrong way. Let's see if he can be smart enough.
3 successes. Alright, you can see her in the crowd. She's got a gaggle of boys around her and a girl, and they just seem to be worshipping her, and she is just eating it up. She looks over and sees you. She raises an eyebrow, like does the eyebrow play thing, and it looks like she's almost saying like, alright, show me what's next.
Alright. I look up and I just kind of motion, and I whisper, "That's her. What's the next part of the plan?"
And he's like, woo, yeehaw, yeehaw. He's like, that's right, I'm riding this bitch. And he whispers down to you, he's like, alright, what's next? What do you gotta sell it for? He even like reaches back and like gives you a hefty spank. He's like, buck, Bronco, buck.
Well, that you're in love with me, I think. Mike's like, yeah, sorry about this. He's gonna manhandle and pick him up and just give him the biggest kiss he can.
Alright, give me a strength plus manipulation roll. Or sorry, strength plus your choice of intimidation or subterfuge. Or performance.
We'll just go with this. I'm just...
3, alright. So you book him off, launching him into the air, and you stand up and pull him back down, slam him against one of the pillars, and you just lay one on him. And he's actually kind of stunned for a second. All the sort of spunk...
I just look up at her.
Yeah, all the spunk kind of goes out of him, and you pull back. And he's just staring at you. And Taya gives you a wry smile. And then she motions her little finger, not her little finger, but her index finger, and then all the people around her just lean in, and they begin making out with her finger, and like licking it, and then she pulls out her finger from the crowd, flicks one of the guys on the nose, and they all fall over, and she jumps on them, and she begins feasting for one of the guys.
Okay.
And then she takes a big drink, leads the 4 back to the feeding room, and she stops by on the way to you. She's like, very nice. I'd say round 1's the draw, wouldn't you? Although, I had to deal with 4 people, so I would say I have the advantage.
I'll have to give that to you. You had to deal with 4 people, so you got the advantage, yes.
So, how are we going to settle this then?
Well, I don't know, and I guess you have the advantage, so I'll take your input first.
She's like, well, as she's dragging one of the guys by the tie, and her little gaggle of adoring fans are just lapping up every one of her movements, she's like, we could play a game of chicken.
Go on.
We could take a bite out of each other and see which one of us backs out first. Nothing is as dangerous and naughty as 2 of our own taking a drink of each other.
Would Mike know if that's heavily frowned upon?
If you agree to it, it's fine. It's not good to force people to do that, but if they agree to it, you know. This is the world where all kinks are accepted.
Not really my type of thing, but you get the advantage, so I guess you get to pick the game.
Very well, chicken it is. We'll
Yeah.
start, just nibbling at each other, not really drinking, seeing how far we can push it before one of us gets scared. She lets go of one of the guys with the ties. She turns around. As they kind of fall forward, she catches them on her index finger, her chin, or her finger resting under their chin. She's like, now you all be good little dolls and prove which of you loves me the most. She pushes them back, and then the four turn on each other, and they begin arguing, and they begin pushing back into the crowd, and a big fist fight breaks out as they just begin throwing right hooks and left hooks. The girls are like kicking guys, the girl is kicking guys in the nuts, and they're all just having a time over there. She leads you into the feeding booth. Garrett. Actually, Charlotte, we'll go back to you. You've come out of the feeding booth, and you've just come out as you watch those four mortals be absorbed into the crowd, and now they're fighting as Mike and some other girl go into the feeding booth.
Oh my goodness. Do I see what happened to the guy that Mike was with?
I don't think you know that he is with Mike, but
I figured he'd stick out of the crowd, that's why I'm asking.
Well, you do look over and see some guy that's just kind of plastered against one of the pillars, and he's just looking, has his hand on his lips, and looks like he can't believe what just happened.
Okay. Do I see Garrett, Ryder? I know I just saw Mike, but did I see Hermes? Anyone?
Ryder's hard to miss. He's being a bum at the bar.
Cool. But I don't see anyone else besides Ryder, and then Mike just walking past me.
Correct, because there's a huge crowd gathered. You can try to make a wits and awareness roll. It's going to be difficulty 5 to try to find Hermes.
No, I think I'll go join Ryder for right now, at the bar and see if he knows where everyone is.
Alright. So you saddle up, there's a throng of mortals, and not very many kindred come at the bar, except to you see the occasional predatory behavior as they scan and then pounce on their mark. But the only kindred who seems to be calling this place his home, and also not looking like he's enjoying himself, unlike everyone else, is Ryder.
Hey, do you know where everybody went?
I wake up from my pseudo meditation breathing. I say, they all split up, went off to do their own thing. I assume they're indulging their desires. I'm just here waiting until we actually get to do what we came here to do. I think Garrett went off with some lady. And from the look of his face, I think he thought he was going to get some action. Because she was being quite flirty. But I don't think he understood what the lady implied, which is, our habit.
Interesting. And I saw Mike also disappearing with another lady, so I'm assuming they're both on the prowl.
The two ladies, they seem to be our kind, so maybe they're having fun, maybe I don't know. I'm not really familiar with this Elysium business, but yeah. I'll be right
really
here.
Uncomfortable.
I am. Let's just say part of me is still, I suppose, wanting to stay out of it. So I'm going to keep my interactions to a minimum.
You can't really stay out of Kindred society. I mean, I guess
No,
you
not
could if
completely.
you disappeared to the farthest reaches of the earth, but even then it'd be pretty tough.
I try to limit my, I suppose, involvement in our society, but, well, now that I'm here, I don't know. I'm conflicted.
You and Mike seem to get along pretty well. Are you, for Kindred at least?
Only because we had a conflict that we had to help each other solve a few years back. But aside from that, I don't trust the guy.
So
I don't
no,
trust his judgment either.
so no coterie, no friends, no enemies.
I think I might have made an enemy, but I'm hoping they think I'm dead.
I don't know about that. Kindred have long memories and have a way of paying debts.
Yeah, well... Yeah, I think I do have a few enemies, but I haven't pissed them off enough to want to come after me yet, so they just simply don't like me for now.
You know what the best cure for enemies are?
I'm waiting for an answer, or...
Stronger allies. Just a tip.
Right, but that also means getting involved and owing people favors.
That's the currency.
Well, I already owe quite a few people favors that I still have yet to, well, repay.
It's not necessarily bad. That makes you useful.
Maybe.
A figure steps into the bar and waves at the bartender and says, "One way to think of it is, as long as you have outstanding debts, you're somewhat protected.
Yeah, you're a commodity.
You know what happens when you run out of debts? Or at least, what would happen to you if you had outstanding debts and someone took you out?
They take on that debt?
Not them, but someone takes on your debt. Your debt eventually has to get paid. But who knows if the next person, if you have any children, for example, who knows if they're going to be the kind of person you like dealing with. So, you know what they say. Better to play with the devil you know than the devil you don't."
This guy who came up to us, do we recognize him, or is he just...
You do not, but he is wearing a very expensive couture white suit with a dazzling golden tie. Looks like something out of a movie star gathering, like at the Emmys or something. And when you're looking at him from behind, he seems attractive. Bald, but very attractive. Somewhat of a slim build, maybe 5'8". But as he turns to look at Ryder, that's when, dear Charlotte, you are horrified, as his skin is a deep lavender tone. His eyes are sunken into his eye sockets, and they're yellow, making him look like some sort of lamprey. And as he opens his mouth to speak, his fangs are all messed up, almost form a circular pattern around the inside of his mouth. It looks truly monstrous. But he dresses exquisitely, and he says, "Nothing wrong with owing favors, friend. It's only a problem whenever you owe our enemies favors."
am I familiar with his clan?
I would say you have a passing familiarity with the ones in the core rulebook. So yeah, he's either a Nosferatu or someone who's been horribly cursed.
Gotcha. My name's Charlotte. I don't think we've ever had the pleasure.
He holds out a hand. His hand looks relatively normal until you look at his fingernails, and they protrude like talons out of his stumpy fingers. Shakes your hand if you offer it to him.
Yeah, I would have put my hand out when I
And
said my name.
he says, "The name's Turbo. Pleasure to meet you, Charlotte."
Pleasure's all mine. And this here is Ryder.
Ryder, eh? Yeah, I gotta tell you. Now, I will say there is some wisdom to what you're saying. Far better to be the one who is giving favors than the one who's owing them, but... Think about it this way. When you're in mortal society, you have to go in debt to prove that you're trustworthy with money, right?
Like your credit history.
Exactly. So having outstanding debts, and occasionally paying them back in Kindred society, is the way that we all know that you can be trusted, and you're not a complete loser.
You get reputation.
Besides that, he points across the way towards Stryker, that guy over there keeps track of every boon owed in this city, so he'll let you know if something comes up.
Well, I'm not completely rejecting it either. I'm just waiting for the day until I repay all my debts.
He takes a clear flute glass from the bartender and tips it to him, and he says, and by the way, if you have any boons that you haven't reported, definitely want to go make sure and tell that guy. Kindred are good for their word, but it never hurts to have it in writing.
I'm good.
That's good to know.
I don't think anyone owes me any favors that I'm bothered by, so... yeah.
He kind of lounges at the bar and he's like, I don't think I've ever seen you two around here. What brings you here tonight?
We were just bringing a new kindred to meet high society.
He looks down at Ryder and he's like, well, I'll be. You seem pretty sharp for a newbie.
Oh, no, sorry. Not Ryder. He's around here somewhere, and I'm like scanning the room as I say it.
And at that time, you see Garrett walking towards the bar.
I wave over at him, and, like flash a smile.
Garrett, as you approach, you see this, slim, 5'8" fellow in this exquisite white suit with golden tie. Looks like he could be a movie star at the Emmys or something. Or at the Oscars, sorry. Emmys is music.
I give him a bow. Sir.
And he's purple complected. This sight, apart from his eyes, like, being pressed into his head, and being bald, he looks mostly okay, but it's whenever he smiles at you that you get a little creeped out. It's the insides of his mouth spherical, and his teeth and fangs are arranged like lamprey's mouth.
He makes no comment, just remembering
Be
the
extra
advice.
polite, yeah.
Yeah, and I just say,
Go ahead and make a willpower roll for me. So right next to where it says willpower reroll, there's a button that says willpower. Roll that for
Okay.
me.
here we go.
Oh!
No, and you can't
That's
hide it.
fair.
You are
That's
freaked
fair.
out by this abominable sight before you.
I put my hands around Garrett's shoulders, like kind of like embrace him from the side, and I'm like, he's very new to society.
No, that's okay. There are plenty of things that go bump in the night, kid. You just gotta get used to staring them right in the face. Here's a free tip for you. And he walks in closer to you, Garrett. You, go ahead.
I just lean back.
Yeah, you
But stand
cower
tall.
before him. And he
Yeah.
keeps creeping closer to you until he gets right up in your face. You can practically smell the dead flesh hanging from his bones. And he says, if you let people know they have something on you, they're gonna exploit that for all it's worth. And then he disappears back into the crowd.
Well, if that's not fucking terrifying, I don't know what is. Okay.
Just be aware there may be worse than that around here.
Oh, that's worse. Okay.
Remind me when we're not here to just kind of give you a brief rundown of the clans.
Clans.
Yes, I remember I was talking about your lineage, your sire.
Oh, so what am I?
That, my friend, is the mystery of the night.
And it's at that point that the crowd begins to die down as Stryker hops on the stage and he's like, now, my dear ladies, gentlemen, and every other person in the spectrum of both living and otherwise, it is my great pleasure to tell you that the prince is now accepting audiences. If you have something worthy of telling our fine prince, our fair prince of Chicago, I will first hear it to make sure that you are appropriately estimating and appraising your own information. And if it's good, I shall escort you to the upper echelon, where our majestic prince awaits. So please, don't be shy, don't be hesitant. Our prince welcomes all and is willing to hear everyone's voice, so long as you have something useful to say. Good night to you. And most of the crowd goes back to what they're doing. Two people start walking towards him, though.
That would be our cue. Ryder, do you mind going back into the feeding lounge and snipping Mike up for us?
Sure. I'm sure he won't be hard to pick up.
I mean, he's a giant among men, so...
He's also loud, so there's that. I'll find him in no time.
So, Mike. Mike, you're muted, by the way.
Alright, yeah, I'm back.
You disappear behind the black velvet curtain. You go to the far end of the room, get the last booth on the corner, pull the shades tight behind you and Taya. You're both sitting next to each other, her hands on yours, one hand's on yours, and she begins just tracing her other finger around your ear, down your jaw, begins tapping lightly on your collarbone. She traces around your Adam's apple, and then presses a thumb underneath it, with a little bit of force behind it, gauging your reaction.
He doesn't flinch.
She smiles, a rather wicked smile as she continues playing. She's like, so, chicken, let's begin. Since I chose the game, I'll let you go first.
Okay. And literally, just so I understand as a player, the purpose of this game is whoever taps out first.
Pretty much, you're trying to push each other closer and closer to actually feeding on each other and seeing where, if at all, one of you backs out.
Okay.
Does Mike even understand what that means, like for Kindred to feed on other Kindred?
Probably not.
Okay.
It's fine, though.
No, he doesn't. So he's like, huh, I have no idea what I'm doing.
Oh, it'll
But
be
he
fun.
wants to win.
She's like, oh, are you already chickening out? I can just take the W.
Oh, no. I don't give up that easily.
I love to hear that.
And actually, he's gonna try and bluff his way here. He's like, actually, since I'm so confident I'll win, I'll let you go first too. Give you a extra advantage.
Go ahead and make manipulation plus subterfuge. Alright. Seems like she buys your bluff, and she's like, I do love a challenge. She lifts up one of your fingers, your index finger, presses it to her lips. You can feel every muscle around her mouth moving as she says, how does this feel?
Yeah, he's gonna try and bluff again. Yeah, he's like, you're gonna have to do a lot better than that.
So is Mike actually nervous? Is that what the bluff is for?
Yeah, he has no idea what this game of chicken is. He has no idea what he's supposed to be doing.
Oh, okay. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's what he says.
Oh, no, I mean make your bluff roll again.
Oh, yeah, subterfuge manipulation.
Yep. Oh! Bestial failure.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike, this is great. Oh, this is so great. Guess what, buddy?
What?
You've got to YOLO this game. Your compulsion kicks in. It's time to YOLO. Do the most YOLO thing possible to win this game.
So I have to YOLO to win. Okay.
Yes, the most dramatic, over-the-top way you can possibly think of to win this game of chicken. Remember, the goal is you're supposed to either get close to or actually begin feeding on each other and see if one of you taps out.
So just so I'm understanding, the YOLO answer would be technically just to start feeding on her.
If that's what you think, go for it.
So he tenses a little bit. I don't know if she can notice his compulsions acting. He's like, okay, let's just cut to the chase, and he's just gonna start feeding on her. Yeah, he's gonna bite on her neck.
So she's taken your finger and put it in her mouth, and she's begin nibbling on it as you just lean into her and take a bite out of her neck. And she's like, oh. What is your hunger currently?
It is 3.
All right. So begin draining her. You take 1 from her before she says, oh, it's not fair for just one of us to have fun. She bites into you. Your hunger goes back up to 3. And then she says, huh, looks like neither of us chicken. She begins stroking the back of your head. What are we going to do about this? It's a draw again.
Huh. I don't know. What are we gonna do about this?
Maybe we're just evenly matched.
Yeah, maybe. I don't like... I don't know if a draw's good enough.
Well, we can always explore more in the future. You both retract your fangs from each other. She kind of pushes you up, and she says, I hope to see you around more, Mike.
I hope to see you around more too.
She gives you a mischievous wave of her fingers, a coy smile, even blows you a kiss, and says, I'm gonna go blow off some steam. Hopefully see you around later.
I should still be here.
Mike, you regained 1 point of expended willpower. As you had just taken definitive action towards your desire for the night. Perhaps with some more work, you might be forging something here with Taya. You exit the feeding room, and that's where you hear Striker's call, and you remember your purpose for being here tonight.
He just kind of says quietly to himself, oh yeah, that's why I'm here. He's gonna start making his way to look for the group.
By the way, just a quick note. As you drank from her, that was the most delicious blood you have ever tasted in your entire unlife. Humans are good, especially the ones you find on the street. They give you that punchiness that you like to keep going. But this was like nectar from the most corrupt tree in the underworld, threatening to corrupt your entire soul, as it were. It was so good. It was sinfully good. And you're glad that she decided to stop, because you're not sure if you could have. But you have never felt anything like that before, and it makes you wonder, do all Kindred taste this good? As you join up with the rest of the group.
He's gonna walk and be like, hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, Garrett?
Did I
That's Mike, but...
Oh,
did I actually go off to look for him, or did he just arrive after Sean?
No, you got
asked
up
me
from
to?
the bar, and then as you guys started walking out, he walked out and joined you.
Okay.
Well, I think we should go speak with the Harper.
Oh, yes, but first, I need to tell you something, because I don't know if this is something the prince will be interested in, but it's about the message earlier.
Oh, yes, the text message.
So, I was leaving, and I was in the medical district, and, And you know that iconic skyscraper? And I just describe where it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I heard a deafening howl, and like a veil of water appeared, and there were these ghost-like pale faces staring at me. Seemed like some bad juju was going on in that building. I know nothing about this.
Interesting.
I don't know if that's useful for you, Dusable, if that's something the prince should know about.
So, Hal, you said.
Yes, piercing. And it seemed like I was the only one who noticed it, so I don't know if it was a kindred messing with me.
So no one
Or
around
what?
you did.
As far as I could tell, no.
And you said there was a veil of water?
That's what it looked like. Like if I got closer, I probably could have walked through it.
And remember, Mike, it looked like the steel and glass was like transforming into this water.
Oh yeah. Also, like everything about the place, it was just transforming into water, and that's not normal. Like,
Okay, my study on Oblivion, did it say anything about like paranormal events around those rifts?
Give me intelligence plus occult. Gonna need 4 successes. Wow, 6 successes.
6.
Alright, so it did indeed say that if there is a rift left unattended, particularly one that has grown, then not only can spirits pass through from Oblivion and populate the realms of the realm of the living, but also the very essence of reality, you could say, begins to rapidly distort to match that of what is called also the Shadowlands, another name for where spirits reside. Or could just be someone playing a prank.
Still worrisome, considering I have run into 2 unhappy spirits. That is actually very good to know. Thank you, Mike. I think Dusable will be very interested in this. And I'll follow up with it.
of course, no problem. And Mike's just gonna look around. So, did you guys see anything that happened earlier?
I just saw you take off with that girl.
Yeah, I just went to go see the magic show, so I'm a bit out of the loop.
Oh, I saw everything.
I stare at Garrett. Do I believe this man?
Wits and insight. Garrett, are you telling the truth?
Oh, not telling the truth.
Manipulation plus subterfuge. Oh, you do not believe this guy.
Willpower?
Oh, yeah, you could spend willpower. Probably a good idea.
I can
I love that you're
reroll-
spending willpower just to fuck with him.
Here we go. 2, right? Because I can't reroll
Yep, 2
the
black
hunger.
dice.
Right.
Oh,
Oh, nope. Damn.
Not meant to be.
It's not meant to be.
All right,
That's so
so
unfortunate.
Mike, you notice something strange. As Garrett is saying this, a haunted look falls across his face, and you begin to see black smoke billowing out of his sleeves and out of his collar as he's trying to look cool, but something about him just conveys internal screaming to you.
Oh, a little nervous there. Are you trying to act cool, act like you actually saw everything, but you didn't?
Charlotte, as you look at him, you realize you need to make sure no one sees this.
I just grab his hand and squeeze it and say, "It's all right. We're gonna be fine.
Wait, what's going on?
Just let's talk to the Harper,
Oh, okay.
get done with stuff." And I don't let go of his hand. I hold it the whole way there.
And as she calms you, the black smoke that you didn't notice slowly fizzles out, and he is back to normal. But you walk up to the stage, and Stryker says, "Ah, the wonderful new guests in town. So, what news do you think is befitting of the prince's royal ears tonight?"
not in like a ton of earshot with stuff, right?
I mean, there's a line gathered here, but the majority of people have pressed further back towards the main floor of the main space of the area.
I'll keep my voice down because I don't know how happy the prince would be for me to tell him about all this stuff. But I'll get close and I'll say, well, we found this kindred at the beginning of his unlife with a strange, grotesque creature and no sire to be seen.
I see. Well, strays would most definitely require our prince's perspicacious judgment. Very well, I shall accompany you.
All right, everyone. Just don't talk unless spoken to.
I nod.
I nod.
I nod.
Alright, so he leads you back to the back of the room, opens some doors, and it leads you up a winding staircase that's flanked by 2 golden statues of blindfolded angels. These angels hold their swords aloft, blades pointed towards the ground, as if ready to strike down the sinners of this land at any moment. He stops at the top of the stairs before a set of impressive double doors. From here, you can hear some of the conversation happening beyond. Hear a voice say, "They always show up for important business." A more regal-sounding voice. "Is the situation we now find ourselves in not important business?" "That's true, Prince, that's true. After all they've done for us, though, don't they at least deserve a hearing?" "Your loyalty to your superior is admirable, Damien. That is precisely why I am entrusting you with this task. You will discover the truth, whatever it may be, and ensure that the traditions are upheld." There's a brief pause before the subject replies, "Yes, Prince, as you command. Shall begin my investigation post-haste." And that's when the mighty galley doors creak open from within, announcing the promenading of a scrawny, lanky African-American boy appearing to be in his late teens. His haunting, piercing brown eyes stake their focus into some future prospect as he walks out of the guarded throne room. He crams his graying hands into the decrepit pockets of his tattered navy jeans, sending ripples through the loose fabric of his tuxedo t-shirt that gently framed the fine curvature of his toned chest and biceps. Descending the stairs, he mutters, "What's your game this time, boss?" Stryker doesn't seem to pay any mind to this kindred, but he holds the door open for you.
I nod my head and pass through, still holding on to Garrett's hand.
Okay, does everyone else follow?
Yep.
Yep. And I'll give a courteous nod to and thanks to Stryker.
All right. And as you approach the doors, you can hear the last bits of the conversation. That regal voice says, "Gabriella?" Yes, Your Majesty." "Begin monitoring." That was me stuttering, not him. "Begin monitoring media and police communiques. We need to know what they're planning and suspecting before they are able to act on it. Also, do whatever it is you do to find clues in places no one's ever heard of." "Yes, right away, Prince, your princeliness. I mean, sir, Grace, your Grace. No blog post or dark web forum will escape my cyber wrath." The young woman's curly red hair swishes in tandem with her dazzling chiffon royal blue lace dress as she turns to leave. She stalks towards the door, tucking her hair behind her ear, revealing a royal blue satin half-mask of Melpomene that obscures the frightfully excited smile creeping across her ghastly visage. The young woman goes to peel the door open, but realizes it's already been opened. She absent-mindedly brushes a dead hand against the silk opera gloves she's wearing that warm her frigid skin, and as she vanishes down the stairwell. And from within, that voice continues, "And Waneka, you can..." "Where's Waneka?" As you walk into the throne room now, you see there's a pale woman with shoulder-length ash blonde hair scanning the room in response to this inquiry. Her perspicacious glacier blue eyes grate over each of you as you approach. and your eyes naturally lock with hers. Her beauty is arresting, and her icy demeanor crystallizes every thawing emotion as it shifts and cracks across her countenance. Her voice, a thunderous crash amidst your frostbitten reverie, jars you back to the present moment. He is neither here nor sparing us the atrocity. Sorry, she says. He is neither here, sparing us the atrocity of beholding his countenance, nor lurking in the shadows of your wings, my prince, she reports phlegmatically. The prince, whom you still can't see, ponders the woman's report in measured silence. Without the slightest hint of emotion betraying his regal disposition, he impassively replies, "Very well." His implication looms over the gathered dignitaries, pressing everyone into anxious silence. Stryker exploits this silence to slip through the cabal of Kindred and seize an audience with the prince. He curtsies and respectfully proclaims, "My prince, we have a few new faces who wish to announce themselves to you. They also claim to have some discovered trouble worthy of your ears." Hearing these claims, do you follow Stryker as he goes through the crowd?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. So hearing these claims, the prince lowers his chiseled, angular face in your group's general direction. His wide, square jaw protrudes in momentary curiosity as his vibrant, blood-red eyes scrutinize you. He extends a hand palm up and says, "Thank you, Stryker. Admit these 5 into my presence." Stryker bows deferentially, without uttering a single word, turns towards you and motions you forward.
I will walk forward and then stop and curtsy real low.
I will bow very low.
Yep. I bow too.
I give a knee and bow.
I bow also like the last time I was here.
All right. And as you step through the throng of venerated guests, Charlotte and Hermes, you note a nervous-looking Regent du Sable dressed in a red plaid suit among the crowd as you begin to bow. You bow and present yourselves, and nothing seems to happen. Silence reigns, until a feeling of discomfort and dread begin to wash over you. And that's when you hear a faint chuckle, followed by the prince's august voice, saying, "Rise."
And do so.
I do so.
As do I.
I follow.
I do what he says.
And this is your first chance to actually look into the room around you. It's not as stuffy as all these titles you've been hearing suggest. The prince, first of all, stands in the center of the court, among the people. He commands their attention and respect, not with an ostentatious throne declaring his godhood, or an imposing scepter threatening impending destruction, but through the sheer force of his will and the persuasive elegance of his vision. In fact, while the prince does look dashing, he is the least ostentatious spectacle in this room, as the same sorts of decorations you saw downstairs in the foyer are mirrored in this room. And the prince watches you look around the room. He holds a clear goblet of dark crimson liquid in his right hand, his left hand tucked behind his back in a courtly fashion. His white suit flatters his athletic form as he does so. And with an amused smile, he looks at each of you in turn. First to Charlotte, then to Hermes, then to Ryder, then to Mike, and finally to Garrett. In a deliberate, presidential tone, he asks, "Now, what is this news you have to share with me?"
Keeping my eyes kind of downcast, I say, "Well, Your Grace, we happened upon this Kindred immediately after his embrace, and no sire to be seen, is unknown, quite a mystery, but he was also found with this grotesque creature. I've never seen it before. And I describe it, the lesions, the purple skin, the face, the serrated teeth.
All of the limbs and whatnot.
Yep, the whole 9 yards.
To the prince's credit, no emotions betray his face. No hint of concern flashes behind his eyes. As far as you can tell, it's like you didn't say anything to him. But he looks towards the kindred that you motioned to, and he says, "Is that true, child?
It is.
You have no knowledge of what you are or who made you."
None at all.
"And have your present company enlightened you any?"
I have few knowledge.
"I see. What do you remember before you woke up to this new life?"
I tell him the day, pretty much. It was like normal morning, wake up the house, go to work. Then suddenly I just remember walking to the place for no apparent reason, nothing at all. Then I saw like the ceiling collapse.
That sounds like a truly frightful way to go. You have my sympathies. And who have you been in contact with since your awakening?
And I tell him brother
Simon?
Lawson is Simon, yeah, is the only one I have been in contact with.
And what was the nature of that contact?
Just a hello and update from him. I couldn't talk. My phone was being buggy.
I see. You didn't mention anything about what you did or where you were?
No.
The prince steeples his fingers near his chest, drawing his pressed white suit jacket closer to his body. His light blue dress shirt and tie hug his chest and shoulders, gracefully framing his somewhat large athletic form. He studies you, Garrett, for a few moments, like he's interrogating you without saying anything. Then he turns to a bespectacled man in the crowd behind you. "Summon the vizier," he solemnly intones. "Ah, yes, Prince Jackson." The white-haired, bespectacled man in an expensive-looking suit acquiesces and quickly leaves the Congress. And you immediately hear, "Oh, they could have at least sent us someone a little more venerated." The ash-blonde woman with the icy demeanor murmurs. The prince raises an eyebrow quizzically and asks, "You doubt the recommendation of your own Ash and her betrothed?" The woman crosses her arms, wrinkling her immaculate crimson dress. Its sequins shimmer in the chandelier light, casting an inviting glow on her pale chest, a glow accentuated by the dress's alluring V-neck design. She drums her fingers on her elbow for a few moments before turning it back to the prince, an ameliorating placebo sigh escaping her nostrils. "No, I would never dream of denigrating the much-deserved reputation of our dearest Victoria." A smile plays across the prince's reserved face, and then you hear, "You summoned me, prince." And a slender bearded man appears. He's wearing a gray turban and a sleek black caftan decorated with ivory soutache. He pays obeisance to the prince. The bespectacled man, who fetched him, pushes up his glasses nervously. With a formal smile, the prince greets the new arrival and customarily trades kisses on each cheek with the kindred. "Ah, Vizier al-Rahman, our customs must still be strange to you. I trust you're adjusting well." The newly arrived kindred makes no change in gesture or comportment. He simply says, "I'm here to counsel my prince, as needed, and eliminate the enemies of the Camarilla, as agreed." His voice bleeds, with subdued turmoil. The prince nods, ever the faithful servant, patting him on the shoulder, before turning back to you all. The prince stares right at you, Garrett. It has been brought to my attention that a new child has been produced in my city. This poor creature, however, cannot seem to recall any useful information about himself or his sire. His fate's likely sealed, but I should like answers before rendering judgment. Would you be able to divine the nature of his blood and the identity of his sire? The vizier squares himself with all of you and fixes a deadly gaze on Garrett. It can be done. Shall I commence the ritual? Like an assassin staring into the eyes of mortality before he strikes his mark, he inclines his head back to the prince, asking for permission. But he doesn't dare take an eye off of you, Garrett.
I stay in silence.
How do the rest of you react to this?
Oh, I'm definitely paying attention. I've
Yeah.
heard of this ritual before, never seen it though.
Can I ask what was the name of the guy in the turban?
He was just called Vizier al-Rahman.
Okay.
Alright, so Charlotte and Hermes are looking intently at the Vizier. Garrett staying stock still, and the rest of you, what are you doing?
I'm staying quiet and letting everything happen. I'm just there.
Same. I'm just there.
Alright. The prince beckons towards Garrett, his tone suddenly grave. Please do. You shall have whatsoever you require for the ritual. Vizier al-Rahman produces an ornamental knife and a silver goblet out of thin air and thrusts the items into Garrett's hands, every motion executed with maximal efficiency and fluidity.
I look at them and then look at him.
Fill the cup with your vitae, child, he orders, his voice dispassionate and dry like the desert wind.
I nod and do exactly that and make sure I don't spill any into the floor.
Alright, as you look at this knife, it's made out of silver, so as you press it against your skin, it's very hard to cut. You have to dig in hard, shredding your skin to pieces to get any semblance of a cut. It hurts quite a lot, but you finally manage to get down deep enough to draw blood. You take 1 point of superficial damage from the knife. You imagine the blood welling out of your arm and begin pouring it into the goblet until it's filled with your blood. Give me a rouse check, please.
Rouse check.
Alright, you do not get hungrier despite pouring out a lot of your blood into this goblet. Upon completing the ritual, Vizier al-Rahman liberates the cup from your hands. He pivots on his heels and promptly faces the east. As he does, a large decorative prayer rug materializes beneath... Oh, I think I got off there.
Yeah, you did.
Beneath his feet. For some time, he remains in meditative silence and stillness. As you all look around, the court is also watching this ritual with rapt anticipation. With a burst of zealous enthusiasm, the vizier lifts his head, beads of bloody sweat dotting his brow. He thrusts the goblet heavenward like an anguished champion proclaiming victory over a terrible enemy, and his bloody sweat falls into the cup. In a deeply reverent tone, he supplicates, "O great Hakim, I offer this blood to thee. Distill the secrets hidden in this Canaanite's blood into the balm of Gilead, that it may heal me of mine ignorance." You watch as granules of sand begin to chafe off the sides of this pristine silver goblet. Vizier al-Rahman rises from his prostrated position, lowering the cup to eye level. He stares directly into the blood of the cup with trembling eyes, and you watch as the blood itself clumps together and rapidly refines itself into a fine scarlet powder. Upon witnessing this transubstantiation, al-Rahman's eyes burn with devotion. He continues, "Though I walk through the desert of despair, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. In that mirage of clarity, let me glimpse the sinner responsible for this unsanctioned iniquity. Write their name upon the tablet of my heart, so that all may know that none shall escape the judgment of thy progeny. The powdered blood swiftly rises out of the goblet and looms over the vizier like the dark cloud of judgment spoken of in the scriptures of angry gods. It crashes down onto him, enveloping him completely, and begins swirling around him. Its velocity increases rapidly in a matter of seconds, completely suffocating the sounds of his prayers until all that can be heard or seen is the violent roar of a sandstorm of blood. What is everyone's hunger at currently?
1.
2.
1.
1.
3.
Mike, give me a willpower test. Right next to where it says reroll, there's also willpower. Difficulty 3.
Uh-huh.
A 1 for him.
1. So, you find this delicious aroma of kindred blood calling to you. Having supped on it not that long ago, your hunger increases, but knowing where you are, you manage to plant your feet and resist the urge to dive into that sandstorm of delicious blood.
Okay. Yeah, Mike just kind of looks down, just like intent on like, God, just don't lose control.
The howling bloodstorm instantly dies down, as if having lost its spiritual inertia. The vizier stares blankly into the heavens as if raptured by a glorious vision, his face beaming with serenity. And then, as abruptly as the storm started, the vizier's expression darkens in horror. As if mirroring Al-Rahman's mystic revelation, the powdered blood burst into a momentary intense flame, scorching all that remained of Garrett's and the vizier's blood. The ritual completed, the vizier stands there in stupor. The court behind you begins to stir and whisper among themselves. Do you all say anything to each other as you wait for what's about to happen?
Afraid to speak.
Yeah.
I am not talking.
And when Ar-Rahman said Hakim, Hermes stepped back a little bit, but got back his composure.
Make an intelligence plus occult roll.
Okay.
Those...
Like, I know what the word Hakim means, so,
okay.
But I don't know.
You're fine, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, it's just Arabic for wisdom.
Yes.
I'm just standing there completely still.
He might have went, oh, it's just Arabic for wisdom, not him.
What were you saying, Ryder?
I'm standing there completely still, taking slow, deep breaths just to maintain my composure.
That's right. And as the murmurs die down, it's the sound of earthly voices that seem to revivify the vizier from his visions. He shakes his head, as if steeling himself for what he's about to do. And then he approaches the prince, cups his hands over his mouth, and whispers something into the prince's ears to where no one can hear. The entertained smile that has decorated the prince's face for most of this evening shatters like fine porcelain. He tugs on his suit jacket and straightens his tie, and when he speaks next, it is with the voice of absolute authority. Everyone, out. Except the vizier and the child. They stay.
Without hesitation, Hermes bows deeply and moves out.
Yep, I bow and I slowly back off. I don't turn my back to him immediately.
Bow and leave.
I will curtsy. I will grab Garrett's hand, give it a gentle squeeze, and like a reassuring smile as much as I can muster, and leave as ordered.
As for the rest of the kindred, they are confused and mildly disappointed, but they curtsy to the prince and exit along with you. As you all leave, the majestic gala doors close shut behind you, leaving the four of you alone with the elite of Chicago's kindred. This is a rare opportunity. The question is, do you take it?
To listen in?
Or just to talk to them?
Oh, to the court.
Not to the prince, but yeah, to all the people who are out here now.
I would like to find Dusable because he was in there. So I would
Yeah,
like.
I'm following Charlotte.
Yeah, at first I'll go talk to Disciple. Then I might go to talk to Raman.
He's in the courtroom.
No, the vizier
Oh,
stayed
okay.
with
He
Garrett.
stayed. Okay, fair enough. So I'll go to see Disciple.
All right. As you take a moment to compose yourselves after the door closes, you hear, "Oh, I bet the prince is gonna punish him good," someone in the crowd says, a hint of manic glee seasoning their voice. But you all turn and go to Disable.
Yeah, I want to talk to him since he's been on blackout, hasn't responded to my texts, and wasn't at the chantry.
All right. So you approach him. He's looking to the right, to the left, seems visibly uncomfortable, and he's just about to turn and leave as you hail him.
I'm sorry, Regent. I'm really confused with everything that's happened tonight, and I didn't. Do you know what's gonna happen to him?
He's probably going to die. That's what happens whenever you sire children out of the blessing of the prince. Illegally, I guess you could say.
So, childer
Yeah,
don't last long.
No. Legitimate childs do. But those who are just random acts of violence or otherwise unclaimed don't.
Did you get a chance to check out the office? Abandoned office?
He looks confused. What are you talking about?
My text. Did you get it?
I don't have a phone on me.
That's unfortunate.
While you all were heading to the morgue, I decided to come to Elysium and inform the prince of some things that have been happening.
Is Crataeus here, or did he stay?
Well, as you look around the crowd, you see a short, bald, elderly-looking gentleman dressed in traditional Athenian garb standing on the fringes of this crowd, boiling with barely contained emotions.
Critias.
Oh boy.
His name is Critias.
Yes.
Yes, he is.
And he's wearing traditional Athenian garb, which piques
Like the
Hermes'
guy
interest.
in Plato's. Oh well. Interesting.
Okay, so you came to tell him about the incident on campus?
Sure.
Well, I have one other thing to add to the plate, just because I'm not as familiar or as well versed as you, but I know enough to know something's probably not so great. And Mike, you can fill in on details. But he said that when he went back to his haven, you remember that place from like 2 years ago?
Indeed.
He said the skyscrapers out there looked like they were under a veil of water, and there was ghostly pale faces like screaming, and there was this piercing howl, and said it went on for a couple minutes, you said, right, Mike?
Yeah, until I left. Very, very strange.
Which makes me worry because we know rifts and all that can cause issues.
Indeed. Mike, let me hear it from you. In as precise of detail as you can muster, describe to me what you saw. And
Okay,
if you'd like, you could just roll intelligence plus composure to try to recite what you saw in good detail.
Yeah, I'll let the dice decide. I can't willpower that. Wait.
Well, you could repower the first one, the black dice. It's just the best you could do is get one more success. Ooh.
Hey.
One success. So you describe it as Mike would normally describe it. And the regent tugs at his fine beard and his fine goatee and just says, Could be any number of things. Did you go investigate the building?
I did not, because I'll be honest, I don't know what I could have, what value I would have added. That's why I wanted to bring it to people who know about this first, and then I'm willing to go back and help explore the building, but I didn't think I'd be of use. Oh, and I also remember I have the sandwich baggie with me. I'm like, I also found this. I don't know if it's related.
He just pull out a bag of blood flakes and he's like, What? You found more blood somewhere?
Yes, but if this could be related to the potential campus incident, or it could be related to the things I saw, because this was etched with an ominous warning saying you're next, and I don't know if this would be of any value to you, but you can have it if you want it.
Etched where?
In my haven.
Ah. Well, I of course can do nothing about it here, but if you will give it to me, I shall examine it upon returning to the chantry.
Thank you, and I hand it to him.
He takes it and tucks it into his red plaid suit pocket.
And also, may I ask a question?
I suppose.
There was a blood hunt called 2 years ago against a kindred named Eugene. Do you know anything about that, or if the hunt was successful?
I don't really pay attention to those sorts of things. Might want to ask members of the court here.
Do you have anyone in particular you would recommend?
Stay away from that one, and I point over to Crataeus.
So she points to the bald, short, elderly-looking man in Athenian garb who looks like he's about to rip someone's head off. Like, stay
Anyone
away
but
from
him.
Why is he in a toga?
Tusable says, You can always go ask him. I'm sure he'd love to tell you.
Do not.
He loves talking about that sort of stuff.
Does he speak Greek?
He's a philosophy professor.
That doesn't answer my question necessarily.
I'm with Hermes on this one, but you should go ask him.
Do not, if you value your well-being, do not.
Tusable shrugs. Can't get anywhere without taking a little risk. So Hermes,
You know,
okay.
I think Charlotte might have the right of it. Seems a little bit too eccentric for the moment.
I think if you figured out who poached on his domain, he'd be more amenable.
Well,
Someone poached in his domain?
That's where my theory is. I think it might be Eugene if he is not dead.
And it's at this point, Charlotte, that you realize you haven't actually told Hermes why you guys are all working together.
Oh, sorry. Maybe you didn't see the news. There's been 2 murders on campus at the grad apartments. 2 girls. And it was definitely Kindred kills. Or appears that way. I called Mike for backup. And he helped me.
And the third's still missing.
Yeah, the third's missing. She was an influencer, but a lot of blood but no body, which is obviously worrisome. And then we come across Garrett, who's recently embraced another worrisome event all in one night.
Damn.
And I look back at Dusable. Did he have a recommendation of who I could talk to who would know about blood hunts or have an interest?
He just jerked his head to the side and basically motioned for the whole court here. Just ask any of them.
Okay.
It's at this point that a smartly dressed, handsome male appearing to be in his late teens walks up to you, adjusting his red and black striped tie with an innocent smile on his face. And he's like, I just mean, the prince must be showing us all a great deal of mercy here if he doesn't want us to see the execution going on in there.
Uh, gonna actually, I can appreciate that. Dreadful business. But, oh well. Our rules are our rules.
Indeed. And as you say that, he turns to the rest of the Congress gathered here, and with an innocent, playful tone says, "Boy, I'd hate to be the primogen for whichever clan is about to get reprimanded for this mess." Oops. And he covers his mouth coyly like a child playing pranks on their parents. You look across the crowd, and they all just kind of cut daggers at this young man with their eyes.
I don't really like this guy, so I will give Dusable a nod and just say, I mean, I plan on doing some research if I can into what Mike described, but regarding what happened tonight, is there anything that you guys have found out that maybe we don't know?
Are you asking this to DeSable or the young man who just walked up to you?
Dusable, no,
Okay.
not the young man. I don't really care for him.
DeSable shakes his head and he's like, "I've been attending to high-level affairs for most of tonight."
Will Crataeus know anything? Did he sick anyone else on that problem?
It's always worth asking.
Yeah, that's
You,
what I was afraid.
might also want to try to smooth it over with him. Wouldn't want him to
Yeah.
think that this is a result of him allowing the new kid on his block.
Yeah. Okay. Regent, as always, pleasure. And I'm gonna look over at Mike and Hermes and Ryder and just say, I'm gonna pay my respects and I will be back. Mingle, I guess, but don't make fools of yourselves.
I'll try not to.
I guess I could go talk to. You said Crataeus was his name?
Yeah, you could talk to him, but maybe let me say something first. He's a little ticked.
Okay, I'll let you go first. Maybe you
Yeah,
could.
that's a good idea.
Oh wait, actually,
Hold on just a
would
second.
you be willing? Oh, sorry.
Hermes, you realize that she's about to go talk to the guy that she just was very adamant about you not going to talk to.
Only because I got chastised.
So why do you not want me to talk to him, but you're talking to him?
I live on his domain.
Fair enough.
And it's at this point that there's some commotion in the crowd. You see a tall Latina woman with her long black hair pulled back into a ponytail. She removes an elegant silver clasp from her hair and tussles it like an animal shaking water from its fur, and then promptly stuffs the clasp in her pocket. She reaches up and unbuttons the top button of her mud-brown flannel shirt, revealing a few grisly scars along her collarbone, and she shrugs. She's like, "Well, whatever, I'm all partied out." And she turns to leave, her mountain hiking boots leaving a thunderous roar on the marble floor. Mike, she looks like someone who's seen a few fights or two from your perspective.
Interesting.
Might know about those blood hunts.
Yeah, Mike's gonna be like, also, when I get back, could you introduce me to Crataeus? It might help with this investigation. And yeah, Mike's gonna walk over and introduce himself.
All right. So, Charlotte, is it just Charlotte going to speak to Crataeus?
I'm going as well. I'm
Uh-huh.
just too curious.
Okay.
Actually, wait, would I have time to go and then also talk to the person who's leaving, or?
Well, you could talk to them because they're leaving. The rest of the people are just standing here, so then you could follow up.
Okay, yeah, I tell Charlotte, please introduce me to Crataeus, or just tell him I would like to speak with him, because I might have an idea of what's happening on his domain. And then I walk off to go talk to her.
All right. So, start with the people bravely approaching Crataeus. As you approach, you can see that the wrinkles on his face carve deep valleys, transforming his eyes into two yellow moons that haunt the night sky. And as he turns, witnessing your approach, you almost swear that everything distorts in your vision and gets a little bit darker and more heinous.
Good evening, Crataeus.
He huffs, you watch his puffy white beard, classically trimmed, shaking as he does so, and he's like, "New kid on the block. Big mess in my domain now. You're supposed to keep tabs on the grad students."
Yeah, I understand the two poached girls. I promise I'm following up on it. I've enlisted some help. We will get to the bottom of it. We know it was Kindred, and we don't know what happened to the third girl, but we will find her, and we'll get this figured out. I apologize for any headaches this is causing you.
Charisma plus persuasion. Two successes. He looks at you and he says, well, he huffs, first of all. And again, those haunting moon-like eyes of his, they stare straight into yours, and you feel this overwhelming presence weighing down on you. And he says, "You better get to the bottom of this. If this ends up being a masquerade breach, it's coming out of your turf."
Yeah, I understand. It will be taken care of. I will figure it out. It's on my top priority right now.
And then he turns to look at you, Hermes.
Yes, us? Você say apopse? Which is, hello, how are you this evening?
He just stares at you for a second. No look of playfulness or patience on his face. And he says, "Am I supposed to be impressed with your Greek?"
Does he say that in Greek?
He does not.
I do apologize for assuming, sir.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I speak Greek. But I am not in the mood for games and parlor tricks.
To be fair, sir, I was not aware that you were in the dour mood at the moment. I do apologize. Perhaps another time.
Oh, you mean I've gotten so much better at hiding my rage after all these years that someone like you can't see it?
To be fair, sir, I've only just met you.
Tell me, kid, what do you see when you look into my eyes?
I look into his eyes.
You have all the descriptions I've already given you. How does Hermes interpret all of that?
The yellow moon. Bright. And angry.
Yes.
Having someone poach on your territory is an offense. I hope you find them. And anything that you can ask me to help, I'd be obliged.
Oh, find them? Find them is menial labor. Find them is something that younger ones, like you all, will do.
Of course, Crataeus. Like I said, it's at the top of my to-do list. In fact, I was following up with the morgue when I came across the new childer, and thus had to come, obviously, tell the prince.
He huffs, just looks at you all, and he says, "Is there a point to your approaching me?"
Well, I have a...
No, he's talking to Hermes. In
Sorry.
my mother tongue.
It's just been quite a long time since I spoke to someone in Greek. I do apologize if I offended.
Tell me, kid. How knowledgeable do you think you are? Let me
Well,
rephrase that question. What is your current academic passion?
academic passion. Anthropology.
Anthropology. And he cuts a harsh glance over at you, Charlotte.
I just slightly shrug and have like a chagrined look on my face.
In your anthropological studies, did you find anything about your, I'm assuming, homeland, if you miss speaking Greek to people?
Oh, of course.
Tell me something, kid. Does the name Critias ring any bells for you?
Well, of course. It's part of Plato's dialogues. It's the origin of the myth of Atlantis.
And what if I told you that this isn't just a stage name that I adopted for myself because I'm feeling frisky?
Hermes' eyes go wide.
That's right, child. I am the Critias. Run along before I have you string yourself by your own insides.
Of course, sir. And I will walk back towards Regent Disable. Jesus fuck!
Mike, you walk over to the Latina woman who's rapidly leaving.
Yes.
What do you say to her?
He's gonna say, hello? See if we can get her to stop.
She turns around. Yeah, what do you want?
Be honest, I'm not really good at this whole, that... He just stops like, do you know about a blood hunt 2 years ago for a kindred named Eugene?
Ah, yeah, that sick son of a bitch who was getting involved with blackmailing and stuff. I remember that little douche nozzle.
Yes. Was he ever, taken care of?
That's what the reports say. I didn't have the privilege of stringing up with my own claws, but so goes the nature of the hunt.
Fair, I understand. A good fight's always nice.
Indeed.
Do you know if his ghoul named Tucker was also taken care of?
It's been about 2 years. With his master gone, pretty sure he turned into a raving madman who most likely offed himself.
True.
She looks at you, and she says, Oh, sweetie, you don't get my implication. I'm being polite.
He just stares wide-eyed, huh?
Yes, I'm trying to avoid spelling it out for you by sidestepping the issue. In other words, take my obfuscation as a blanket for the truth, my hypotheticals as a polite way of referencing the reality.
Ah. Yeah, Mike's gonna play out the dumb part. So, it isn't confirmed if he's dead.
She breaks the toothpick that she's chewing on in her mouth in half and spits part of it out to the side. and says, "It's a good thing you look strong, because with a head as thick as that, I don't think you'd last very long out here."
He's gonna be like, yeah, no, that's true. That's about all I got going for me. Is I'm pretty capable in a fight.
She looks intrigued at that, and she's like, "Oh yeah? How good of a fighter would you say you are?"
Have you heard of the storm?
I mean, it was storming earlier, yeah.
It's like, Well, I had a disagreement with one of the allegedly toughest kindred around and took him out in about 4 hits.
That's impressive. Well, maybe I can have one of my representatives come and scout you out, see if you're any good.
Oh, I would very much appreciate that. Oh, forgive my rudeness also. My name's Mike.
I'm Rosa Hernandez, the Gengrel Primogen here in Chicago.
Pleasure to meet you. Does that name mean anything to Mike?
Not at all. None of those words really mean anything except for of Chicago.
Got it. He nods. He's like, well, I look forward to the opportunity. Hopefully I don't disappoint you. You seem to be very capable yourself.
Ha, you got that right. But don't worry, you probably will disappoint me, but everybody starts somewhere.
I tend to surprise people from time to time. But yes, a start is a start. He kind of nods and then walks away.
She gives you a wave. She turns a lackadaisical wave. She turns. She's like, "It's been real. See you at the next hunt." And she descends down the stairs.
Alright, yeah, Mike's gonna walk away having no idea what just happened, not even sure if he got the answer, if Eugene's dead or not. He's just gonna walk back to the group.
So Hermes ran for his life. Charlotte, what did you do after that threat?
I was gonna tell him about Mike wanting to talk to him, essentially about possible information.
You can see that he's literally probably about to strangle someone, so you should probably leave him alone.
Okay. I will give him a bow and say, as always, a pleasure.
He doesn't say anything, but you can feel his rage radiating off of him like a bomb about to detonate.
Yeah. I will let him go, and then she's not really interested in getting tied up with all the courts and stuff. She's gonna look. She's not gonna go back to DuSable, but she'll mill about with the court. That guy that was like being and everybody shot daggers at. What's he doing right now?
He just seems to be behaving himself politely and well-manneredly, just rocking on his heels, waiting to see what happens.
What about that really pretty woman?
Ah, her. You see, as you turn and examine the crowd, that she is pulling the wispy red chiffon fabric that drips from her shoulders all the way down to the floor over her shoulders, as if sheltering herself in a cocoon of blood. And after that guy made that comment about people being in trouble, she says, "There are many reasons the prince might not wish us to witness what's about to transpire in there. None of them probably concern you, son." He giggles. He's like, "Ooh, Annabelle, such a frosty bite on that one. It's fine, though. We've got to work together. And as soon as we figure out which of our clans is responsible for screwing up, we can all fix them. You can even come send them to my mental hospital, and I'll give them counseling, set them straight." And her eyes just freeze over as she stares at him, but then shrugs as if she's kind of tired of playing the game, but doesn't seem like there's any real animosity between them.
Okay, so she called him child. So that's
No, she called him son.
Oh, son.
And the way she said it, you got the impression that wasn't a diminutive. This guy probably actually goes by the name son.
Oh. Okay.
But do you want to go talk to her?
That's an interesting name. I mean, she wants to. She's fascinated by her, but she also doesn't want to because she looks really important. So she's torn. She'd probably just like stare at her in
Alright.
admiration from afar.
She looks over and sees you, sort of staring, glancing, trying not to pay any mind. Give me a wits and insight roll. 4 successes. At the same time as you're glancing at her and trying to glance away, almost like, middle school and high school kids do when they're staring at their crush, you notice that Stryker is also casting sidelong glances at this woman and looking away, sidelong glance looking away. But you can't tell why or what the purpose is behind them. You just notice he's doing this, almost the same thing as you are.
Interesting. Okay. Is there any other interesting characters in the crowd other than the Ash Woman and Sun and Stryker? Or everyone else kind of just milling
The
about?
tall Latina woman's already left. Critias isn't in the mood to talk. You see the bespectacled man from earlier nervously cleaning his glasses on a silk handkerchief. And Stryker seems to be casting looks over at this icy woman. And that seems to be all that are here. And of course, you already talked to Salt.
Okay.
But as you're looking back and forth, the ash blonde woman looks at you and she says, "Well, it is okay to approach and speak your mind so long as your mind is courteous. If you never take any initiative, you'll never get anywhere, my dear."
I give her a smile and nod and say, apologies, that dress, you look stunning.
"Oh, don't I?" And she kind of opens up the cocoon that she'd wrapped around herself and sort of poses and glitters all down with the sequins. It's like, "Oh, it's so fabulous. I've been waiting for 6 months to break out this masterpiece."
I mean, you could definitely steal any room you walked into.
"Oh, I have that effect on people, don't I?" She chuckles.
My name's Charlotte. You probably obviously heard me in there, but just to formally introduce myself.
"Nice to meet you, Charlotte." And she looks like she sounds like she's expecting some other denotation to go along with that. As in, like, Charlotte of which clan?
Oh, sorry, Tremere.
Ah, a warlock. Far too pretty to be one of those blood-snorting hippies, but we'll allow it.
Thank you. That's high praise coming from someone as gorgeous as you.
Well, it's not every night that I get to see someone with at least a passing bit of beauty to them. I can appreciate it even if it does come in the shriveled form of a cloistered sage.
Maybe not all Tremeres are so cloistered, but I appreciate that.
She nods as she says, "Well, allow me to return the favor. My name is Annabelle. I am the primogen of the Toreador, as well as the keeper of Elysium here in Chicago."
Oh, Toreador. Wow. You do your clan credit.
"Oh, thank you. Some of us actually try." She looks over at Stryker and he just kind of shirks away and starts walking down the stairs.
Oh. This is my first time at Elysium, so I've heard about it, and it's just a magical place.
"Oh, indeed. You should come and see whenever I host Elysium. It will be so gorgeous, you might actually die a second time just walking in."
That sounds like a spectacle to see. I will definitely keep that in mind and make a habit to visit more often.
"Indeed. You want to get invited to places like that? You gotta come dance with us at Elysium. Get yourself known. Maybe prove yourself useful in a few ways and see what sorts of doors just open up and what opportunities fall in your lap."
I can appreciate that. Well, again, it's a pleasure to meet you. You're stunning, and I just couldn't help but notice you. So, and she's like a little flustered.
Annabelle smiles brightly and she says, "Well, I did help that Nosferatu girl clean up, so maybe I could borrow your form as a model of some new attire I've been thinking of designing."
Oh, so you design fashion?
Oh, I dabble. I might not be very good, but did you see Gabriella's dress? I made that one.
She looks stunning too, especially that contrast with her hair and her skin and her dress is it's beautiful.
She giggles and she's like, "Well, you might have never been to Elysium before, but you definitely seem to have the rules of the game down pat. I think I'm starting to like you."
Oh, thank you. It's also likewise. It's a pleasure conversing.
Tell me, I know you're a basemented mage of some kind, but in your quest for the various drugs you put in blood or whatever it is you do you happen to have any artistic interests?
In my own way, I'm a pretty good writer.
Oh, a writer. Well, perhaps you should give excuse me. She says, perhaps you should give whatever you're writing a few extra lookovers, a few extra revisions, and maybe sometime you could present it. You know, we do have open poetry and other things. I'm sure you saw down there that one of your fellow witches was performing magic for the sheeple.
Yeah, I heard about it. I missed the show, though. I'm terribly disappointed.
Well, if you have anything that you think would be pleasing to my refined tastes, I could always have an assistant come take a look at it, and who knows, maybe we can put you on display for Elysium.
Oh, wow, that is just incredibly generous of you, and I will, yes, I keep that in mind. It would be high praise indeed if I could, please your refined taste.
Indeed. Everyone here in Elysium is your judge, but only a few of us actually matter.
Yeah, well, you definitely have wowed me tonight, and thank you for talking with me, and anytime you want to try out fashion, I'm always down. Like, I mean, I try to keep up with the trends and stuff, but obviously nowhere near as jaw-dropping as you.
Oh, it's hard to be on my level. I would say that your dress is a passing attempt at fashion, but I'm sure you can only go up from here.
I nod and kind of curtsy towards her, and again, it's been a true pleasure, and I hope I will see more of you.
Oh, and I of you. Please come back to Elysium anytime.
I nod and will take my leave of her.
Garrett.
Yes.
Everyone has exited the chamber. The only ones left are you, the prince himself, and the vizier. You hear the faint murmurs of conversation on the other side of the door, but it sounds like a distant world from where you are here. You notice that your heart doesn't beat anymore. You think that maybe you should be scared, but your body shows no signs of it. All of these strange experiences you're having tonight. The prince studies you in long, agonizing silence, his pursed lips signaling an unhappy ending for you. He takes off his suit jacket and hands it to the vizier. With his hard, unforgiving eyes locked on you, he begins unbuttoning his sleeves and rolling them up. A difficult silence looms in the chamber after he finishes the deed. Join me in general.
Yep.
Ah, secrets.
And he stares at you for a good long while. And then at last, he begins walking towards you, his eyes still hard and his face unreadable. He walks right up to you. You realize you can feel his breath. If he breathes, that is. It's another thing you're getting used to. No one seems to breathe. You will drink my blood, he commands.
I gotta look at him and I begin to do so.
Well, he hasn't done anything yet, but do you nod at him?
I nod.
Tonight, and twice more before this month is over, you shall drink my blood. He bites his wrist and holds the bleeding wound out to you expectantly.
I do so. I don't question it.
You begin drinking. You've had a few different tastes of blood tonight, once from the flute glass, once from a victim you seduced. The victim tasted much better than the wine. But this blood right here, it practically sends you over the moon. You can feel the blood surging in your body, your undead muscles brimming with potential as you drink upon it. And whatever your mind might think, your body is telling you that you want more, more, more. The prince speaks to you as you are lost in your feasting and says, "Look, I'm not going to insult your intelligence and make you pretend you have any real choices here, so it's good that you complied. Your choices were to either die or drink my blood. And well, having death as an alternative means it's not really an alternative, is it?"
I'm just eating, but I'm trying to give him like the nod motion.
Okay. And after you've drank deeply from his veins, the prince grates his teeth and says, "That's enough.
I just stop and then go back to silence.
Give me a willpower roll."
Okay. Willpower.
You are able to obey the prince, even though your body is screaming for more. By the way, you reduce 1 hunger, unless you were at 1.
I am now at 1. Woo!
He pulls his wrist away from you and licks the wound. You watch as the flesh of his wrist knits together seamlessly, as if everything you just did and witnessed were all an illusion. "Now," he begins, as if issuing one final proclamation. "Go out there and say, 'Master Critias, you have a new student.'"
How do you spell that?
I'll whisper you.
Okay. Master Critias. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. And the prince stands there watching you.
I kind of like. He opens his mouth at first, but then realizes to close it and just listen. He turns around and begins to leave.
Alright, join me back. As you all are standing there, having wrapped up your conversations, the gala doors open once more. And what emerges from within the chamber surprises you. You see Garrett, seemingly unscathed.
I just look and turn to face them all.
I'll run up to him like,
And with
"Hey!"
a smile, I just say,
I am standing back.
"Master Critias, you have a new student."
What? The silence
no.
in Critias's voice sends an eerie chill down your spines, as if a seer had just prophesied. And as you shrink in front of his display, you realize what that prophecy might have been, or what that image is that you sense right now. It's the silence before a volcano erupts and destroys everything around it. And that is where we close our chapter for the night.
Genevieve.
Oh, Cretaeus is not gonna be happy.